Hello, hi, welcome in. Happy New Year for some of you at least, right? We still have a little bit less, like a little bit less than 4 hours here. So, which is, now that I think about it, like usual stream time, it's usually how long I stream for. 4 or 5 hours. But don't worry, we'll definitely we'll have the ball drop we'll have the ball drop moment. But is it New Year for any of you guys yet? It's not New Year. Wait, hold on. Let me scroll up. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi Sayumfi, hi Kokoa, hi Navi. Look, check it out, guys. I got the wave to work again. Crazy. We are currently operating on the Prism 2.0. I know I was complaining about it a bunch in the Discord. I kind of like, but I couldn't just like, it was really bothering me, like not being able to use all the new stuff, and which, like, by the way, I don't even really have most of the new stuff set up. So like I got the wave working and I got the controller to work. However, I got the controller and the wave to show up. But I have to reset up all the fucking buttons again because the 2.0 is it's like a lot. It's a lot. I don't want to get into it, but basically they've separated the body and the head. They're like two separate things now, which has caused a lot of weird bugs and stuff. I think I fixed most of them. I kind of like brute forced a lot of stuff. I think it seems to be working okay-ish now. So let me know if you guys notice anything weird about the model. Please let me know. But I've been painstakingly going through all of my parameters and shit again because I had to set everything back up. He hates getting into it. I kind of do hate getting into it. Okay, fine. I guess I got into it like a little bit. Also, let me turn down the heat a little bit because it's weird. We actually got a bunch of snow today, so but it's not cold. I think I remember I showed you guys that picture of we got a whole bunch of freezing rain recently where like the trees, like there was literal icicles hanging from the trees. It was so bad. But it's actually a little bit nicer now. It's not as cold, but the snow is back. So, you know, if you guys are still in the market for some snow, feel free. Free ice ammo. So my eyebrows are being weird. As I said, I was messing with all the fucking parameters again. Holy shit, I hate VTubers. This shit is such a pain in the ass. The irony of everything is that if somebody were to get into the Prism model like right now, since now that the 2.0 update is out, it's like super easy. But all of the problems came from me being somebody who started in the first version. And you have to move over all your fucking textures and shit from the other. From the previous version. I named all of my expressions stupid things, so now I don't know which one is which. Bro, why'd you... the expressions honestly are like the easy part. The expressions are the easy part about the models. The annoying shit is like textures and parameters and tracking and stuff. That's the real nightmare. Using VTube Studio has taught me that I squint a lot. Oh my god, bro. The squinting is... I don't know if it's because of, like, I don't have a good lighting setup. I think lighting is definitely the most important when it comes to face tracking, but I think maybe just because of my particular setup, it's kind of fucked up. So like, I'll do weird stuff. Like I'll try to, like if I squint it might also be because I wear glasses. That's probably the biggest reason, to be honest. But like when you do like weird stuff like this, or you try and like squint your eyes, it's when things start to behave a bit weird, you know? So my model just squints all the time and I could fix the parameters, but somehow I think it's fitting. I also, because the debate I was having with myself before stream was like, I find that what like the face I'm making right now, like it looks like I'm angry, but then when I really think about it, this is a bit more accurate to how how my actual face looks. I do think I have the parameter a bit too high, so let me... Cause I don't want it to look like I'm like pissed off all the time, you know? But yeah, like eye tracking and mouth tracking is an absolute nightmare. It's the fucking worst. He's angry at us. He hates us. Ooh. I mean, it's a new year. You guys have a chance to redeem yourselves in the next year. You know, I want you to reflect on all the things you've done wrong this year to me. And I want you to do better. And then next year you can be better. I know you can be better. Just do better. I don't think... Wow, me neither. I think I just have like lazy ass eyes. I think that's just the problem. Name one thing I did to you. There was that one time when I was playing Senran Kagura Peach Ball that you distracted me in chat and I lost my ball and then I got a game over. There's probably other cases where that's happened before. I'm pretty sure you've killed me like multiple times by typing something stupid in chat. Don't mention Senran either. Bro, too late. That's like, I don't know why, but that one always sticks out to me. That one always just sticks out to me the most. Don't mention any malicious clips. There was that one time, I think it was on the 2.0. I think it was on the 2.0, like this model redeem, or this model debut, that you recorded me doing the Harikite Ko, which I told you not to do that, I'm pretty sure. But you did it anyways. It's kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up, bro. Do you want me to pull up the receipts? I could go through I could go through all of my clips, and we could figure out, and we would find like a whole laundry list of things you need to reflect on. Oh yeah, that did happen. Damn, Navi, I didn't know you were fucked up like that. Bro's been public enemy #1 since I'm not gonna say since I started, because Navi wasn't around like from the very beginning. He came around shortly after I started streaming, but there was a little bit of a grace. There's a little bit of a period where Navi wasn't around. But like from that point on, that's when it all started. I will reflect real and be better in the new year. Good. I'm glad. Think about what you did. And that's just Navi. Like, there's some of you, all of you have, some of you have done, some of you are guilty, most of you are guilty of something, whether distracting me in chat or calling me grandpa or something. You're on the shit list for something. I've never done anything wrong. I can't think of anything right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that's incorrect. The Redditor. Are you really gonna bring that? Are you really gonna bring that one up? That's why Tenchi's on the naughty list. I think that's probably the worst thing that anyone has ever called me. Redditor incident of 2025, was that this year? I'm pretty sure it was this year. You would have to go into Tenchi's channel and find and see when she did that. What even was it? Oh yeah, it was like a plushie review. Everyone was sending pictures of their plushie collection to Tenchi to review. And for those who don't know, sorry, I'm in the wrong spot. For those who don't know, I actually have a bunch of MLP plushies in my closet. Unfortunately, I probably would I'm not really in my MLP phase anymore. I don't really fuck with it that much anymore. It's been a really long time since I watched an episode. But early high school and early adulthood, I had a pretty big MLP phase. I had some MLP oomphs. And you know, it's a good show, sir. I don't know what to tell you. But so here it was my opportunity. I thought I was going to open up and show everyone how my really cool custom made MLP plushies, because I bought most of my MLP plushies from conventions. There's this lady who lives in a few towns over, and she does like crochet. She makes like custom made plushies. And like, so I have these really cool custom ones. Like ones that you can't get anywhere else, you know? I've got a couple, I think I have a couple from Japan, which is pretty cool. And then I have like one, maybe two official ones. You know, you can tell that they're official because they're like ugly as fuck. The official Hasbro ones look like dog shit. Actually, hold on. Let me... Oh, whoops. Let me see if I can find a picture. I might have a picture of it. If I scroll all the way to the bottom... Maybe? Maybe not. Looking through my phone. Maybe I don't. I know I have a picture somewhere, but I'd have to... I mean, it's probably in Tenchi's Discord somewhere. Unless she deleted the channel. Yeah, I might have to go find it. Well, anyways, I'll show you guys a picture afterwards. Maybe when I go on a break, I'll go and dig it up. I used to watch MLP with my sister, and what I do is power scale them on episode. Wait, who was like Goku level? Do you have like an actual tier list? Do you have like a power scaling tier list? Okay, what's your power scaling of the main six? No plushies on bed? I actually do not have plushies on my bed. I honestly don't have room. It's like, it is a double bed. It's not like I'm like, but like, I do have a body pillow. Don't tell anybody, but I actually do have a body pillow, and that kind of takes up most of the space on my bed. I also have a cat. So like, that is also, he needs like a whole part of the bed to himself. There's not a lot of room on my bed for plushies. I don't know. I feel like for me, plushies are more like, they're more something you want to display. There's something you put on a shelf. I don't, maybe I'm just not a woman, and I'm not woman enough to have plushies on my bed. I don't know. It's just, to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, body pillow on the bed makes sense because that's like an actual practical thing. It's, you know, it helps my sleep posture. Yo, this horse could totally beat the shit out of the Power Ranger. Honestly, probably yeah, because like I haven't watched all of MLP. Like I said, I haven't caught up. I haven't watched it in a really long time, but I've watched like most of it. And Some crazy shit. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen Twilight Sparkle, like, straight up shoot, like, a giant laser out of her horn. Like, you know, like Goku style. Like, so I wouldn't be surprised, you know, because Power Rangers is kind of like, it's like semi-realistic, but it's also kind of like, there's obviously there's a little bit of sci-fi and fantasy because there's like aliens and there's also like giant robots. But the MLP universe is like strictly fantasy, so it's you could do all kinds of crazy stuff. Did you catch the BioShock Infinite Easter egg in MLP? Oh shit, really? Which one's that? Are you talking about the entirety of Cloudsdale, or is there even an actual Infinite? Not Cloudsdale, like 2 characters hidden in one scene. I don't know which one. There's all kinds of funny Easter eggs in MLP. Like, did you know there's a Chris Chan? I'm pretty sure there's a Chris Chan Easter egg in one of the episodes. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure it might have been. I think some people might have said it's like a coincidence that this one pony kind of is wearing a shirt that's kind of similar to his. But like, I don't know, man. It was like a bit too close. Oh. Wait. You didn't see that. Hold on. I just Chris Chan MLP Easter egg. Oh my. Yeah, it has to be, right? Hold on, let me. I found it. Hold on. He's making a chatter tier list. That's a great idea. Let me write that down, actually. That's a great idea. Some of my chatters are nicer than the others. That's true. Chatter tier list. Great idea. But yes, okay, you saw the I did have a bit of a tier list thing planned. In case we ran out of things to do, but I do have a couple things planned, so don't worry. I had like this like really low. Okay. Oh, right. Anyways, I was getting distracted. Chris Chan. So not only Chris Chan, but Chris Chan and his parents made a cameo. Hold on. Which, like, I'm not gonna go into the whole Chris Chan thing, but like, if you know, you know. Now I have to find it. Oh god, there's fireworks. Somebody's firing off fireworks. Bro, where did I put it? Hold on, I can't. I'm fucking blind. I have so much shit on my desktop. Why didn't I clean my desktop? So much random bullshit on here. I got a picture of Nargacuga from when I did that one bit. After Christmas. Okay, I found it. Here it is. I found it. Look. Chris Chan and his parents made a cameo. I don't know what episode this is. I know it's like, it was one of the newer episodes when I was like a bit of a fan, I guess. But yeah, dead ass. It's like, you can't tell me that's not Chris and his parents. When is the death battle Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls versus Discord from MLP watch along? I have talked about doing an MLP watch along in the Discord. It's a good show, sir. It'd be cool to go back and it'd be cool to go back and watch it. But I mean, I'd be down to do that. Gauging interest for an MLP watch along in the Discord. We'll at least go by like season by season. Also, is that, you can't see my cursor. Hold on. Where is it? VTube Studio? Oh wait, that doesn't work. Fuck. So you see this horse, this like dark blue pony, like directly to the left of Twilight's head. For a second, is that can't be that's not Trixie, right? Because Trixie is like an actual character. Which, by the way, Trixie, I remember like when I did have my MLP phase, Trixie was my favorite character. Like, she's like, I remember at one point when I used to be like really young, and I had like a DeviantArt account. I remember my profile pic was Trixie from MLP. Don't tell anyone about that either, because that's also really cringe. Especially don't tell Tenchi. She's gonna push me in a locker and make fun of me. I remember when I first looked up Mr. Sonichu. That was a fun time. I used to have a friend group that was like completely obsessed with Chris Chan. Like, they would always keep me up to date on like everything he did. Like, whenever he made a super unhinged video or anything like that. And then like, it got worse when like the actual really bad stuff started happening. I'm not in that friend group anymore, thank God. But I think most of the time they brought it up to me all the time because they knew it bugged me. Those people are a genuine red flag. Absolutely. I honestly am surprised I didn't see the sign sooner. That, like, shit like that should have been like the first sign of, you know, get the fuck out of there, man. Just get out of there. I am not touching that topic with a yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. It's like really weird. If you want, there's like a whole ass documentary about Chris Chan. It's definitely interesting, putting it lightly, but it's definitely not for the faint of heart. Look at your own risk. I know he exists, but never look into it. Yeah, don't, unless your morbid curiosity gets the better of you and you're like really want to know, just I have to pre-warn you, it's like, it's really weird. Chris Chan is like, it's like he's prime example of like how the internet was at that point, I guess. It was like the most foulest, degenerate kind of internet personality ever. It was a time. I like Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie is my favorite main 6 character as well. I think if I had to If I had to, I think this topic came up before, and I gave like my best pony to like least favorite. I don't want to say like worst pony because like I don't think any of the main 6 characters are like bad. It's just I felt like some are a bit more interesting or a bit more likable than the others. Speaking of, this one time, so you guys know I play horse game. You guys know I play Uma and stuff, right? I had this one really unhinged Twitter thread I made where I compared the main members of Team Spica to all the main 6 characters, and I like so I was like I compared all of the main 6 characters to Team Spica, wrote down like a bunch of parallels and stuff, and like that shit got no traction. I put like I even put the hashtag Uma Musume on Twitter, and like nobody fucking read that shit. Cause it's so annoying when I'll be on my phone scrolling through Twitter, and it'll be like the most random fucking shit gets like 10,000 bajillion likes, where it's just like a screen cap of an in-game screen cap of Uma, and it's just like dog what is this crying emoji, and it has like 10,000 views. Or it's like this thread I put like at least an hour into gets like absolutely nothing. It's fucking bullshit, man. I had the same shit happen to me with Drakenlords. Drakenlords. I don't know what that is. But I wonder if I'd be able to find that. If I can find the thread. It was like, let me see if I can give you like the cliff notes. So yeah, it was, so the by far the easiest one was, you know, Gold Ship is Pinkie Pie, because they're both like forces of chaos, right? And they're like really silly characters, and they're not super serious. They're like, for the most part, they're not serious characters, but then when they need to lock in, they lock in like the hardest out of everyone, you know? I think another really obvious one for me was Rainbow Dash's Vodka, because it's like, number one, she's like the gay icon of Team Spica. And not to say, and she has like the tomboy energy, right? Like she's obsessed with being cool. Like those, like that was just like, that's the easiest one. That one might even be easier than Gold Ship, to be honest. Who am I missing? Oh yeah, Special Week was Applejack, because again, very similar backgrounds, right? Like Team Spica or Special Week comes from like really humble beginnings, like living on a farm with their parents, or with her parents. Family is like really important. It's just like a bit different because Applejack has like a really big family, whereas Special Week doesn't really have much family, but it's like, but still like family is like a super core value for her. She's like, you know, like country pilled, you know. Who am I missing? Scarlet as Twilight, just because she's this one's like a bit of a stretch, I think, but I think it still kind of makes sense, because it's like, you know, Twilight's like a big nerd and she's obsessed with being like a top student and stuff like that, and like Scarlet is also kind of like that because she's like top student kind of thing, like teacher's pet kind of vibes. She's like gets really flustered by like romantic stuff. and is like doesn't really know, can't really pick up on like Twilight Sparkle's a bit more like autism, like autism pilled. Or it's like, I don't know. I think that one's the biggest stretch, but it's just like the closest parallel I can think of. Rarity as McQueen. The similarities are there, you know. McQueen's more like, she takes a lot of pride in her appearance and like her family heritage, whereas like Rarity is like, she's more of like a classy businesswoman kind of thing. What? So I talked about Applejack. Oh, didn't talk about Fluttershy. Who did actually? Wait, who am I? Hold on. MLP main 6. Team Speaka. Who the fuck am I missing? Who was the Fluttershy comparison? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I forgot about Suzuka. So Suzuka is definitely Fluttershy. Like that one's also pretty easy, I think. Like, just like super soft-spoken, quiet characters that like have their own like hyper, they have their own like little hobbies that they obsess over, where it's like with Fluttershy it's like animals and gardening and stuff, and with Silent Suzuka it's just running. She's just obsessed with running, you know. So that's my TED talk as why I think Team Speaka and the main 6 are basically the same characters. Anyway, let's get this off the screen. I'm so sorry for that tangent. Leagues apart in terms of power scaling? Bro, what's your power scaling? Like, power scaling in terms of... Like, are you saying the main 6 is stronger than Team Speaka? Honestly, I probably wouldn't even disagree with you. Cause like Uma's, like the Uma universe is like somewhat realistic, right? There's like, it's like somewhat based in reality. Like there's no actual like fantasy elements. There's no shit like magic. I mean, as far as I know anyways. I mean, Speaka versus main 6 is such a landslide victory for MLP. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Team Speaka can like shoot lasers out of their horns and shit. Absolutely, they all get, Team Speaka gets absolutely shit on by the main 6. Absolutely. Also, welcome in Plushbird, welcome in Pigeon. Also, welcome in Weeb. Sorry, I'm going on a bit of a tangent. I think they would just become besties instead of fighting. Yeah, I agree, because like the core values that the MLP is all about. It's all about friendship, right? And like it's not that different in Uma Musume either. Those are like the core values that, you know, you push each other towards each other toward your dreams. It's all about team. It's all about team spirit and stuff. I think so too. I think they would also just become friends. I'm sure people have already done like designs. Like, what if Pinkie Pie was like an Uma? I'm sure there's already shit like that out there probably. I mean, the main 6 already have a humanoid forms. That's how the whole Equestria Girls thing happened, where they went to high school and shit. Which, like, speaking of, like, the Equestria Girl movies are also pretty good, especially the second one. Rainbow Rocks, I think it was. Yeah, Rainbow Rocks. Rainbow Rocks was pretty good, actually. I think I actually have a Blu-ray copy of it somewhere. Not to brag. Equestria Girls. What, do you have beef with Equestria Girls? Also, are you gonna tell us the power scaling for the main six yet? Do you have like a graph or something? Imagine being a horse and suddenly you have to go to high school, bro. That's like so honestly, so fucking. I mean, in the MLP universe, like people do go to school, so it's like it's not that much of a foreign concept. Like there's like pony schools in the MLP universe, so I guess it's like, I mean, like for Twilight, it's probably a dream come true because she's like a big nerd, right? She was the first one to accept it because, you know, she's an egghead. Similar thing happened to me though. It's like, imagine being a cat and then you have to start paying taxes. It's like, got fucked on that deal, didn't I? Just, you know, being myself, being a cat going around chasing birds and mice and stuff, and then the funny spirit comes along and is like, Lamau, actually you're a human now. You're become humanizing beam, idiot. Then you gotta like buy a home, you have to pay taxes, you gotta start like buying food, and you can't just like pee anywhere. You can't like, it's fucked up. You can't just like kill birds because you feel like it. I don't have like a list. I just know that it goes Pinky and Sparkle, who are little gods, and they under them are Dash, who's probably about planetary, but she'll die since she needs to breathe air. And then there's Jack, who we've seen multiple times catch up to and catch Dash, so she's in the same as Dash, but with less versatility. I'm sorry, there's nothing Rarity's doing. I think Shy is a fighter. You know, there's that one episode really early on in I think it's season 1. It's the episode with the diamond dogs. I can't remember what it was about, like what happens exactly, because it's been such a long time, but she fights off these villainous dog goon guys. Because they stole her gems or something. So like Rarity can be pretty scary if the situation calls for it. But yeah, definitely like more often than not, she's like avoids conflict. She's definitely the type to like pretend like she's busy and leave. Fluttershy, again, it's like situational. Like 90% of the time she hides and she's scared. But it's like if there was a little bunny rabbit in danger, she would like kill anyone in the vicinity. She would like, you know, like how, you know that thing where like there's been cases of like mothers who were able to like lift cars and shit because their baby was in the car, like that kind of thing, you know? Like the maternal instincts. That stuff goes pretty crazy. Like the adrenaline, right? She's strong, no doubt. It's just I don't see her getting anywhere above city block level. Yeah. Probably not. Again, like I haven't seen the most recent stuff. Like for all I know, Rarity is also a princess at this point. She got, for all I know, they could have uh made Rarity a god or something. Who knows? But yeah, maybe MLP watch along at some point. Something to think about. Who's interested? Maybe that'll be the next watch along. You know, just spitballing ideas. I apologize about the, because I know I said I wanted to do a Christmas watch along, but my dumbass didn't realize that like the week was almost over already, and then I had to prep for this week, get a bunch of stuff ready. So sorry to anyone who wanted to do like a Christmas watch along. I did note down your ideas for next year though, so next year I promise we'll do a Christmas watch along. Also, Pinky being up that high is just a technicality. I think Sparkle beats her 7 times out of 10, but she can 100% compete. Yeah, it's like Pinkie Pie's power is a bit undefined, right? She's like, it's like Gold Chip, right? Where it's like most of the time she's just fucking around, and you can like you just keep asking her to lock in, but she never does. It's like you just have to let her do her own thing, and then when it happens, it happens. You can't. She's unpredictable. You can't. She's hard to power scale. You know, like if Vegeta was looking at Pinkie Pie with his scouter, that shit would be like all over the place. It'd be like cannot comprehend. He'd get a bunch of error pop-ups, you know? She also literally has Ultra Instinct. Bro, what the fuck has been going on in MLP since I haven't watched, bro? Now I'm picturing Pinkie Pie with like, you know, like the Goku god hair, like the bright blue Ultra Instinct hair. Oh wait, no, isn't that God Super Saiyan? Do I have any Latin Americans in my chat who can confirm? I can't call it Ultra Instinct. It's close to Spider Sense. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's that one episode where she has like this weird like sense of, she's like an empath, right? Like she knows when certain things are going to happen, but like she looks insane to everybody else. Also, in about 2 minutes, in about 1.5 minutes, you guys are gonna get hit with an ad, just letting you guys know. I think in the meantime, what I'll do is I'll go on my phone and I'll try and find that MLP picture I was talking about, the picture of all my plushies. There's no defined limiter on Pinkie other than her personality, so we can't scale her well. Yeah. Who would win, Pinkie Pie or El Hermano from the DBZ universe? From the Dragon Ball Super universe? El Hermano! Oh man, where's the Latom bros when you need them? Here, let me. Oh fuck! I think it's on like my iPhone. Oh, I think I took that MLP picture on my iPhone. Oh no! And the iPhone is the one I use for VTubing. Oh fuck! Maybe it's on here. Let me scroll through. There's no way, right? Just a quick scroll through. Unrelated, but please keep requesting medium shoes. I have 10,000. Bro, I've got like 4K or something, like almost 4K or something. I've been spamming the medium shoes because it's like, number one, it's the shoes you use the most often, and it's just like medium is just the most oversaturated running style, or it's the most common distance, right? So like they're basically worth nothing. So it's like, fuck it, I'll just keep throwing them in there. They're basically useless. They're just infinite at this point. Okay. As respect to the non-sub people, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break while the ad plays. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I took off. I went into my iPhone, found the picture. I put it in the Discord if you're impatient, but let me put it on stream. Let me find it. God, I really need to clean my desktop. Bum, bum, bum. Let me just double check, make sure I didn't dox myself accidentally. No, okay, we're good. Please don't be like, oh my god, it's so big. There we go. Among Us. Among Us. Yes, I have. I'll show that picture too. I'll show like my other plushies. But you know, since we're on the topic of MLP, I figured I'd show you guys. So the centerpiece is the Celestia. It was the most, it was like the pride and joy, you know, the most expensive one. It's, remember, it always had a problem standing up, but the person who made it designed it really well because it made the tail is like attached to the back leg, so it kind of like the tail kind of props it up a little bit. Them having like really spindly legs, they're not so good at standing. Which ones are the custom ones? So the Celestia, which is the one in the middle, the white one, the big one, and then all of the ones on the right from her are all custom. So the Celestia, the Rainbow Dash, the Applejack, and the Derpy are all custom. And then the ones to the left, the Zakora and the Trixie, those are Japanese imports. I got all of these from conventions. Yeah, there's this local very small town convention from like a couple towns over from me, like where I used to live, close to my hometown. And you know, every convention got, you know, a place to buy plushies, right? But they had some really cool like Japanese imported MLP ones. And then the other four are, there's this lady who, you know, she would go to every convention and she made really cool like custom crochet stuff, and she's made a couple plushies. And yeah, I bought like most of them off of her. Like two turns in a row, I think I bought plushies from her. I bought plushies from her. The Celestia was the first one I bought, I think. It being a bit bigger, it was a bit more expensive than the other three, but definitely worth it. The custom one looks like they're really high quality. So they've survived quite a bit of moves as well. So they're not like in peak condition of what they could have been, like, or what they would have been when I bought them. I've had these for a really long time, so they've went through a couple moves, and like some of the legs are kind of like the stuffing needs to be like readjusted and stuff. But you can't see it, but all of the all of the custom ones have like the cutie mark, which like for those uneducated, the cutie mark is the tattoo on their butt. You can't see it, but all of them have their cutie marks, and they're like I don't know what to, they're like, it's like a thin plastic. It's kind of like a sticker. So over time, those tend to go a little bit too. I think they're still in pretty good shape, but I think some of them are kind of fading a little bit. But like, to be fair, these things are probably like almost, holy fuck, man. They're probably like at least 10 years old, like all of these plushies. Like for real. These things are super old. Are the eyes paper? No, it's like a thin plastic material. I'd have to show a picture. They're not like stitched on. It's kind of like it's like some kind of adhesive. Another cool thing about the Celestia, the big one in the middle, is that how she did the wings is that it's kind of like, it's like wiring. It's like metal wire, kind of like chicken wire or something. And that's how she did the wings. That's how she gets them to stay on. Like each little, I don't even call it, like feather in the wing is like a bunch of wires and stuff. Yeah, you can also see like the gold around Celestia's neck is also kind of like coming off a little bit too, because it's a different material. Like you can look at you can see it around the hooves too. It's kind of like she sewed on this like really thin like glossy material on it. Yo, Crow, welcome in. Happy New Year. Well, I mean, it's not Happy New Year to you. We still have 2.5-ish hours until it's New Year's for us. But yeah, Happy New Year. Hope your year has been good so far. Tell us about 2026. How is it so far? But yeah, truth be told, I've actually been trying to get rid of these because like I said, I'm kind of out of my brony phase. Like I still like MLP. I still think it's cool. I'm not saying like, oh, I grew out of it. It's like a baby thing or anything like that. I still like it. It's just, I don't know. I don't really have room for it, and I feel like I don't watch it that much anymore. Like I'm not as diehard of a fan as I used to be. But you know, maybe that'll change if we we end up doing a watch along again. I could probably see myself like getting back, having another phase after watching it again. So yeah, I remember I've actually put these on Facebook Marketplace a couple times. I've put it on like Canada has its own like eBay like website. It's called Kijiji. I put them on Kijiji a couple times. It's because I just feel like there's other people out there who would think this is really cool and could get a lot more out of it than I could. Like better I give them to somebody else who would enjoy them a lot more than just for them to sit in a box somewhere, you know, collecting dust. Or like, you know, like if you put it on Facebook Marketplace, there's like, oh, maybe there'll be like a parent that'll be like, oh, my daughter or my son would really like these or something, you know. But for some reason, I just cannot. And all the people who have reached out to me for offers on this have always been like, you know, bronies, like people people with MLP profile pictures. Which is like, that's cool. Like that is the kind of people you would want to sell these to. But they always give me weird offers, or like, can you mail it to me? Because they would always be people from like the US or like different states or something. And it's just like, shipping things out of state is such a pain in the ass. Like, I would have to pay for the parcel, and then I would have to like charge the guy extra because I got to do the shipping and everything. It's just such a hassle. Honestly, I've even thought about just like giving them away, like Salvation Army kind of thing. Like, just give them to kids who want them, like during Christmas time or something. I don't know. Yeah, but they are pretty cool, I have to say. Other picture. So I do have other plushies. I figure since we're on the topic of plushies, I might as well show my other ones too. Find on my desktop. Oh my, I really need to clean this. I need to clean this fucking desktop. Make sure you don't click on the wrong thing, otherwise you'll get banned. Don't want to show like an offensive joke or something, like an offensive meme on twitch.tv or something. I really need new glasses. I can't see anything. Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. This is probably also going to be really big. Okay, yeah. So these are my other plushies. These are like my weeb plushies. I mean, besides the Among Us. There's an imposter Among Us. But these are my other plushies. I've gotten over. Actually, there's one missing. I'll have to find a picture of that one too. But I also have an IME plushie. Let me find a picture of that. But I'll talk about this one first. So from left to right, we have my Pero plushie from it's Fuwamoko's mascot. This is the most expensive one out of all of them, of course, because number one, it was from Japan, and shipping cost was fucking ridiculous, of course. But it's definitely my favorite. It was definitely my favorite plushie out of all of them. So big and round. It's such a good plushie. The Among Us, it's the blue wizard Among Us. Very rare. I think one of my friends got it for me as a good joke gift. So he goes up there with the rest of them. This is my Melky plushie, the one in the middle. Melky VT is a big, a fairly big VTuber. Really cute plushie. It's the makeshift one. All the other plushies from here on out are going to be makeshift ones. I've got 4 makeshift plushies. I got the Milky one. I've got the Noir one. Any Neptunia fans in chat? And then I have the Dogu also from Neptunia. Neptunia has had a bunch of makeshift plushies. I think I'm pretty sure there's been a makeshift plushie of every main character, and I think there's also been a couple other ones. I think the Doggo one is the first one I ever got, I think. The Doggo was my first ever makeshift plushie. And then I think it was the Melky one, and then I think Aimee was the fourth one, the third one, and then I got the Noir one is like the most recent one. I'm gonna take another really quick look through my phone pics because there's one other plushie that isn't accounted for that I need to find. Okay, let me get rid of that. Oh my gosh. There we go. And this is my last one. This is my Aimee plushie. So you guys know I've played Omega Strikers on the channel quite a bit. This is Aimee from Mega Strikers. She's the tsundere bitchy cat girl character from Omega Strikers. It kind of has similar vibes to the Moriko Fumo. It's got kind of the same eyes, right? Like the same, like, I'm so fucking fed up look. She's just like you. She's just like me for real. Ah, she's just like me for real. This one is actually, where did I put it? I used to have the Aimee plushie sitting on my desk, but then again, kind of having problems with space, but maybe I think I should put a plushie on my desk. Just to spruce it up a little bit. Although as you can see, I also have a bunch of, all my Nendoroids are on my desk too. There's my Kaguya Luna, my Raccoon, and my Fennec. I talked about this before. One day I would like to get all of the Kimono Friends plushie. As far as I know, I think there's 6 of them. So I have the Raccoon and I have the Fennec. I think there's a Kaban, there's a Serval, and Kaban, Serval, there's a Toki, and I think there's an Alpaca, and those are the only, unless they've come out with other ones, then I'm not aware of. I think there's 6 Kimono Friends Nendos. Tape her to the ceiling. Maybe I should. That'd be pretty funny. That would be really fitting because she would have that look on her face like she's always displeased to be up there. But I think she's sitting back up beside the rest of the plushies, I think. Last time I checked. Unless she's got up and she's become sentient and walked away. Yeah, I think that's all my cool anime stuff. I want to get some more. I really do. Like some people are obsessed with Gunpla and stuff like that. Every few times I've went to a bigger city like Toronto with some friends and we went to like actual stores that have lots of cool anime stuff, because you know, growing up where we grew up, we didn't have a lot of like really cool stores. Like no really cool hobby hobby shops. Like we had a local game stores growing up, which I think was nice, but we didn't have stuff where like you could buy anime figures or stuff like that. If you wanted things like that, you would have to go to bigger cities. And most of my anime stuff that I own, I got from, going to those stores with friends, and it's so tempting. I remember back when I was broke, I would still I had a friend that would take me to anime stores all the time, and I would like buy really expensive figures, or like I've bought I don't own anything like super high end when it comes to anime figures. Most of my figures are like Nendoroids. Or actually, do I have a picture of my other? Let me check my phone. Let me check my phone again. My phone pics. I might have a picture of my like standing anime figures that I can show you guys. I have a couple Miku ones. Let's see if we can find it. I've showed you guys my I've showed you guys my Nendoroids. Is there one in here? This is an old picture, but I think this still shows it. Oh, that's right. Oh, this is nice. Okay. You guys will also get to see a picture of Fuji when he was really small. So this is an older picture. I've since moved this picture. Wait, why is it sideways? Oh, that doesn't work. What about this one? This one is also sideways. Huh? Why did I do that? Okay, you can still see. What about this one? This one's also sideways, but here's a really funny picture of Fuji when he was really small, and he would try and drink water out of my cup. This is so annoying. How do I don't know why they're all backwards. I probably took them at like a weird angle or something. I took them like with the side part of my phone. You can like kind of, I mean, you can see a little bit. This is, I bought a big box of Pizza Pops, and I remember putting it on the floor for him. So as you can see, this is early on when I moved into this apartment. I didn't have a proper desk or anything like that. I had this camping table that Mama Grimm gave me. My living room setup's way different now. But I put this on my desk because he really liked it. So I just put it on my desk, like in the middle of my monitor, and he would like, this really funny picture of him biting it. But he was so small. Look, he doesn't even have the coloration on his face yet. It hasn't come in yet. Because he was like really, really small. So yeah, that's him being a little pizza pocket. Yeah, really don't know why these are all backwards. Some of these have to be like normal, right? No, this is so... You should be able to rotate stuff. I know you can like flipped. I don't know how to rotate stuff in VTube Studio. Nah, doesn't work. But this is a picture of him when he got his when he got neutered and he had to wear the cone of shame. It was a really scary time for me because like this is my first time that I've never had, or I've had pets growing up, but this is my first time like having my own pet, like looking after my own pet. So I did everything. I did like the vet bills and everything. I took him to the vet. And after I was like really scared about the procedure. And I remember I brought him back home after it and he was like acting really weird because of the anesthesia, and then he was having like litter box problems, and then like the vet reassured me that everything was okay. He just like, you know, it's just the effects of the anesthesia. We gave him this like fancy food to help with his tummy. It was really expensive. It was around Christmas time, I think, because I remember at that point money was really tight. And I actually couldn't afford all of the vet bills. So I told the vet that I would like be able to pay them off like next month when I get paid, kind of thing. It was like the nicest thing ever. So there was a guy, so when I went to pick up Fuji for his appointment after he got his nuts cut, there was another guy there with his dog, I think, and they overheard like what I was talking about, saying I couldn't afford it. And the guy after me, he paid for the, he didn't pay for the whole appointment, but there was like a couple other things. But it was just like, you know, it was Christmas time, so he just did something really nice and helped with the vet bills. So that was really nice. Let me see. Do you have any other funny pictures? This one's really funny. Is it gonna work? I don't know why this one's so blurry. But this is like one of my favorite pictures of him. Let's see. I want some of these to be like correctly placed. I was eating chicken nuggets one time and this was when he was sick, by the way, or he was still recovering, because you can still see the cone on his head, but he had this really bad habit. He still kind of does. Is that he would like try and grab things off my plate. Like Fuji is absolutely obsessed with chicken. It's like the only thing he'll eat. So whenever I have like chicken and rice or something, he always jumps up on my desk and try and like yoinks my food. Especially when he was younger. He was such a troublemaker. He still kind of is. Like right here, I was having crackers and cheese, and he was trying to steal. Also, random NL spotted. Do you see that? Random bald guy spotted. Remember, I used to watch NL all the time when he did, weirdly enough, not to be a hipster or anything, but I watched NL like way before he was like really popular. Back when he only played Super Auto Pets, because I was also really into that game. But yeah, this is him like trying to get into my Ritz crackers. Me playing Heroes 3, Some Things Never Change. I think this was, so this is him when he was a little bit bigger. This was, oh wait, holy shit, you might be able to, I think there was a reflection in that one. I should check these pictures before I do that. This is also, I have a couple pictures of me, Fuji, sitting on my desk while I was watching VTubers. Guys, do you guys remember old Nina? This was like this was pre-smallification Nina. I'm pretty sure I have a picture of her of him watching me watching Shiori. Oh yeah, that's the, again, I'm sorry these are sideways. I think this means I took all these pictures with like with my phone turned sideways. Just like turn your head, you know, you'll be able to see it. This is me watching Bale. This is me watching Bay. He also used to do this all the time. He would always try and like, lay his head on my keyboard. He doesn't do it anymore because he's way too big, obviously. But when he was smaller, he would always try and use my head, he'd always try and use my keyboard as a headrest. Oh, this is like, yeah, you can get like a real grasp on, you can really see how small he was in this one. This is like my like fucked up, like I just moved in, like everything's like, nothing's in the right spot. Everything's been moved around, but this was when he was like really, really small. This is like the first or second day I got him. He was really, really small. I think I might have got him like a little early. Now like when I really think about it, I think I got him like a little early. Yeah, really, he was really small. Little baby man. Any other really good ones? What's this one? Oh, this one's funny. Again, like it doesn't really work because of this perspective, but he would like, this is when he was a bit bigger and he would still try and fit in his box, which I left on the desk. Micron sized. I think that's it. I could do this. I could probably do this for hours, but I got a lot of good pictures of him, but have to save them for later because I could always use these for clout on Twitter, you know, farm likes. My biggest advice to any new VTuber to help with your algorithm and gauge for interest, post pictures of your cat or your pets. People just eat that shit up. Post cat pics immediately. I should post more cat pics in the Discord. You're right, I should. In the new year, I promise, one of the goals for next year, I swear, I promise, is I'll share more pictures of my cat in the Discords. I will not post them exclusively to Twitter anymore. Although honestly, I haven't been posting them that much on Twitter either, because like, not that I really give a shit about this kind of thing, but the algorithm is like, they did a big change of the algorithm and stuff, so it's like things like cat pictures don't get pushed as far anymore. Also, like, go live tweets are like obsolete now. Like they don't get pushed out to like anyone anymore. So which like, to me, it's like, I mean, cool. Like just one less thing for me to worry about. Don't have to worry about forgetting to post the go live tweet or anything. You know, that's cool. But yeah, I'm not saying like, oh, I care about the algorithm. It's like I'll just post them on Discord. I'll just post them in Discord instead. I'll show them to the people who actually are going to see them, you know? See the cat pictures. Anyways, oh my gosh, it's already been 2 hours and I haven't even started like the New Year's thing. Let's do that. Okay. So first segment of the New Year's party we got going on here. A little while ago, I asked you guys for questions. I posted a marshmallow. I asked you guys for anonymous questions that I can answer on stream today. So let's get started with those. Just in case, if you didn't get your question in, don't worry about it, because I'll post the link. I'm going to post the link in chat. Yeah, that works. Let me open it on... Can I pin this? Hold on, let me post it again. And then I'll pin it. Yeah, there we go. Manually... I'll leave that up for like an hour, I guess. There we go. Okay, so if you were late and you didn't get to answer, you know, like you don't follow me on Twitter or anything like that, and you want to ask me some questions like right now, like you can just ask them, like you could just ask them in chat, but just to keep things a bit more tidy, you can just click on that link. It'll bring you to Marshmallow. I know it's a bit confusing because like the website is in Japanese and everything, but like it has English subtitles. Just it's an anonymous, you don't have to make an account or anything like that. You can just ask anonymous questions. So yeah, I've got about 9 questions last time I checked. So yeah, if you want to ask some questions, go right ahead, but without further ado, I think I'll just get started. Let me grab the first one. Marshmallow questions. First question is not even a question at all. It's just Happy New Year, smile. Happy New Year. Sir, not a question, but thank you. Happy New Year's to you as well. Again, it's not quite New Year's for me yet, but happy New Year's. Hope it's a good one. Hope it's a good one. Happy New Year. Oh fuck, I closed it. Hold on. Uh 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 okay, there we go. Have you ever made a snowman? I actually have. I mean, yeah, we would make them all the time. I mean, in Canada, I mean, shit, we'd be making snowman like most of the year round because that's just normal. Yeah, I made them a lot as a kid. I haven't made one recently because you know that'd be a bit. You know, people would look at me weird. They'd be like, "Oh, look at this 30-year-old man out in the snow making a snowman." You know. But yeah, I remember we would make them at school all the time. We would make them during recess. And then there's like we would come out and like sometimes they would be destroyed because there's like this one asshole kid who would like break all the snowmans and like but we'd also like you know you would start your snowman first recess, then you didn't have enough time, so then you like you go out in the second time, and then hopefully it hasn't like warmed up since then your snowman starts melting and then you're really sad. I remember making snowmans with my at my grandma's house all the time because I would go to her place all the time, and it was really cool because she would make me lots of delicious food, and she would let me watch all the cartoons I wanted. Like I would watch Pokemon all the time. Like the original Pokemon show. I think it was like every Saturday. You know, classic Saturday morning cartoons. And Grim Grandpa was really like those like really old cartoons. Like I'm talking like, you know, like the Flintstones or the Pink Panther, Magilla Gorilla, Alley Cats, Scooby Doo, like the original Scooby Doo. I'm probably missing some. Why is it not Happy New Year yet? I don't know. It's taking its sweet ass time, bro. I don't know. It makes me feel bad because like everyone else gets to, you know, they're all having so much fun and celebrating the new year, and here I am, you know, stuck in the past. I'm a fucking Neanderthal. I haven't even learned how to make fire yet, and they're already, you know, they got self-lacing shoes and everything. Hoverboards. But yes, I have made a snowman, and it's a lot of fun. And my only regret is being an adult means that you can't make snowmans anymore without people looking at you weird. And I think that's fucked up. Who wants to who wants to go make a snowman with me? There's enough. I think there should be enough snow outside still. I mean, we just got a whole bunch of snow, so like now I think about it, now is the right time to go make a snowman. My sister got a hoverboard once. It was really funny watching my dad fly out. That's creating such a funny like slapstick image in my mind. I'm just picturing this like middle-aged Filipino man like kind of like slipping on a banana peel type of moment. Oh man. Unless you're Unless your dad's not Filipino, it's just your mom's side. I'm sorry to assume your dad is Filipino. That's I shouldn't just be assuming things like that. Wait, but like hover, what do you, wait, like hoverboards are like an actual real thing though? Wait. Hoverboard? Hoverboard? Oh yeah, it's like one of those things, yeah. Okay, yeah, I've seen these before. It's like a Segway, but it's without like the, you know how in like in Uma Musume, they had those really funny scenes where, or that one really funny scene where Goldship comes to school on a Segway. And then Tazuna's like, Ohayo gozaimasu. And then the Goldship responds in English. He says, good morning. Or that one really funny scene where Bourbon chases Rice Shower on a Segway. Or, yeah, Bourbon chases Rice Shower on a Segway. Yeah, yeah. That was season 1, I think. He's an older white male. It was quintuple funny. Laid his ass out on the floor, dying of laughter when the board crashed. Oh shit. I'd be fucking dying, bro. Hopefully he was all right, because I know, you know, once you get older, falls like that can be pretty scary. Not that I would know. Not that I would know. Don't ever remind me about that one time for a, it was like public school really early on. The most exciting place they could afford to take the poor, they could take us in this really small, the really small one-horse town that I grew up in, a curling club. A fucking curling club. You guys, for those that don't, like, I assume most of you know what curling is. It's that sport that they do in the Olympics where like you throw the, I don't even know what you call it. Is actually, I think they literally just call it a rock. Like there's one guy who slides the rock down the middle and tries to get it to land in the curling stone. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you. And then like the other two people like grab brooms and they swipe really fast in front of the curling stone because it like increases it like makes the stone slide better, right? So that it gets to where it wants to go. So they brought us to a curling club, and like me, who's never skated before and is generally like a big clumsy oaf, like I remember falling and hurting myself like really bad. Like I remember I think I messed up my elbow like really bad. Cause they were just like, yeah, you know, kid who's never been on the ice before, just like go out there. I think like it might just be a Canadian thing where they just assumed that every kid grew up playing hockey or something, or like, but like I was not an athletic kid, if you can imagine. So my ass fucking ate shit on the ice rink. I like smashed my elbow. It was like really, it fucking sucked. And since then, I've been horrified to ever put skates on ever again. I never want to go on the ice ever again. In Canada, like just slipping and falling on ice is like pretty normalized, but for me in particular, I just have some fucked up childhood trauma of slipping and fucking dying. I want to go on a bobsled, but I also don't want to die. Truly a conundrum. I mean, you said you snowboard, right? It's not. I don't know. I feel like snowboarding is probably more dangerous than bobsledding. I would think so. It was my first time. I falled a lot. But you didn't die. Chalk that up as a win. I have also never been bobsledding, although as a kid it was again a very popular common thing growing up to do in Canada is to go down hills on like sleds. Or sometimes it wouldn't even be a sled. It would just be like in like cartoons how like you'll sit in like a trash can lid and you just go down a hill. That's the kind of, because actually where I grew up, there was this park that had this really convenient, like pretty big hill to go down. Like tobogganing, yeah. Tobogganing, that's the word I was thinking of. Another funny Canadian word. Toboggan. Yeah, I remember having another distinct memory where I almost fucking died as a kid. Going down a hill like really fast on a sled. And then again, like falling off like halfway through, and then you just like roll down the whole rest of the way. Which like that in itself is pretty fun, like just rolling down a hill, but then like sometimes it doesn't end up working that way. And you end up like bonking your head off a rock or something. Or like rolling head over, and then you like break, you like twist your arm or something. Yeah, that was another distinct memory. Just like going really fucking fast down a hill and eating shit at the bottom. What else did I do as a kid that was really stupid? I remember in like not in kindergarten, like dead ass, like not even kindergarten. This was before kindergarten. It was a daycare. I remember I went down a slide backwards because I think another kid dared me to go down a slide backwards or something, or I was trying to impress a girl or something. Like there's this girl in daycare. I was trying to impress her or something, and then I went down the slide backwards, and I like ended up going like, so I like sliding, and then you like your head like flips over, like your feet flips over, and you like. It was really stupid. I ended up breaking. I think I broke my arm because of that. I think I had my arm in a cast for like a couple of weeks. But the thing is with kids, it's like they're very resilient. Like you're growing up anyway, so like you're just gonna like those will grow back. It's not a big deal. Surely that didn't cause any issues later in life. You know, my arm works fine. Oh, I 100% died, but that was the fever from the mountain, not the snowboard. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I remember you talking about that. Oh, sledding. I went sledding all the time as a kiddo. Yeah, 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 sledding. Or like in Canada we call it like tobogganing, but you know, we also, I mean, it doesn't, same thing, you know, tomato tomato. Yo, hi JP, welcome in. Happy New Year. If it's New Year for you. Is it New Year for you? Also, sorry, you guys are in an ad. I'll save the next Q&A question until we get back. Little Grim be like, "Yo, girl, check this out." Many such cases. I think I've told this story before, but I think my most embarrassing story of trying to impress a girl was actually like early adulthood. Like I want to say I was like 18, 19 maybe. I had just moved out. I had just moved out and got my own place in a big city. I moved away from my small hometown and moved to the big city. You know, cuz lots of opportunities, man, and all that stuff, you know, back when I would actually try and work, back when I could work. And, you know, living in a big city by yourself, it gets a bit lonely. So I fell for the classic blunder of being a straight man, going on a online dating website, or like, you know, like it was like, yeah, it was like, it wasn't Tinder. It was like it was like Facebook dating or something. What was the website called? Plenty of Fish, I think. It's a Canadian like dating website. You get the idea. Anyways. So, you know, I went on a dating website to meet a nice girl and all that stuff. And I met this girl who, you know, lived in the same town I was, and then we started talking and we hung out every once in a while. But then I found out as I hung out with her, she was one of those party girls, like not that there's anything wrong with that. Okay, like women can be whatever they want. I'm just saying, like the red flags were there. The red flags were there. So yeah, I started hanging out with her. I went to her place a couple times, and she would invite me over to like her place where she had like a bunch of friends over and they were drinking and stuff. It's like, not that there's anything wrong with that. It's like, but that's not really, like, looking back, that's not really the kind of crowd I ideally would want to hang out with. Like, you know, the kind of, now keep in mind, this was like, I was younger back then. Like I was like 19, 18, like we were like, it's this kind of shit is just the norm with people that age, right? You know, drinking, having fun, partying, going to clubs and stuff. But like I'm 30 now. I ain't gonna do that shit anymore. But anyways, this is back then when I was young and younger. And yeah, we started hanging out. And there was this one night where we got like really hammered. Like when I went to her place and like I had like I don't know what I was thinking. I think I put like I put one shot too many in the drink I was making. It was like really strong. It was like a Coke mixed with vodka, but I think it was like way too much vodka because that shit went through me like so fucking quick. And I'm not even like, if you saw me in real life, you would think I would be somebody who would be able to handle my liquor, but that is not the case at all. I'm actually incredibly lightweight for my size for some reason, which is like, it totally baffles my mind because like both sides of my family are drinkers. Like my mom drinks, like my my dad's side of the family also drinks a lot, so it's like I don't know what the fuck happened. I didn't get any of like the cool stuff from my parents. I just got like, balding by 50 from my dad's side, and then like balding by 50 and having to wear and have like really shitty eyesight from my dad's side, and then my mom's side, I got the looks, I guess. You must train the drinking muscle. Is that really how it works? Is that really how it works? I mean, I'm drinking right now. I didn't even mention it, but I mean, it is New Year's. It's just what you do on New Year's. It's tradition. And actually, that also reminds me, so because we were talking about MLP before, right? So one of my closest friends who actually got me into MLP, I think I was over at his place, and I think it was New Year's now that I think about it. But he and his brother were watching MLP because they were into it. And then like I sat down and I started watching it, and I was like, oh shit, this shit kind of good. And I think that's where it all started, because then I think from that point on I went home and I started watching it like at home, like on Netflix and stuff. I think that's when it really started. It was around high school time. Like I was in high school when that shit happened. Like late high school, like 8th grade, I think. 8 or 9th grade. Well, kinda. There is drug tolerance. Yeah, I mean, drug tolerance makes sense, but does it work with alcohol? Because alcohol is more of like a, I don't know how that works. I mean, you're in the medical field. You would know better than I do. Oh yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so like we kind of had this tradition with with one particular friend. Because my old friend group that I like broke up with and no longer with, this person was like one of the older members of said friend group. I'm still friends with this person now. But he was pretty much the only one in my old friend group that actually drank. So everyone else in my friend group was pretty straight edge. Like they didn't do drugs, they didn't drink or anything like that. So on New Year's, obviously I hung out with the one friend who actually drank and stuff. And what would we do when we hung out on New Year's? We would drink and we would watch MLP. And that was really cool. I remember the last time we did it. This was like a really long time ago. But when we did it, we got like super hammered. Like, oh my god, I felt like absolute garbage the next day. There was one friend who brought tequila, and he was making us do like shots of tequila. I think that was fucking awful. How do people just drink that shit? How do they drink that shit? It just tastes like lighter fluid or something. God damn. I do not like tequila. It's like somehow worse than vodka. But then again, maybe it might have just been like a really cheap tequila. You know, it was probably just something he bought to get like super turned super fast. I remember there was this one friend who spent like almost the entire night over the sink, just like vomiting. He was like super skinny. Like this guy was like super skinny. So like I'm like heavier set. I'm not fat or anything, but this dude was like skin and bones, you know? So like that shit just went right through him. And I remember that he was just he would like there's like a window from the living room to the kitchen, and bro was just like over like peering over from the window into the living room watching MLP. Anyway, he would like look up, something funny would happen in MLP, he would laugh, and then he would just go back to vomiting. It was so fucking funny. It was like, but yeah, he was just like the skinny guy of the group. Like all the rest of us were like pretty heavy set dudes. It was just, oh, it was so funny. It's such a good memory. So yeah, we got super hammered. We were watching MLP. I remember specifically it was like the newish season at the time. I remember that one episode. Where the Flutterbat episode where like Fluttershy like contracts vampirism and she becomes like a vampire pony. Super good episode. Do you guys, I don't know what season that was, but at the time it was like the newest season, I'm pretty sure. vodka, rum, and beer. I think I'm pretty much the same. Like, I have this really big thing of dark rum that's been sitting there forever. I'm not like a hard drinker. I only drink every once in a while. So yeah, right now I'm just having rum and pineapple juice, cuz like the thing with mixed drinks is that I don't like to drink soda or pop as we call it in Canada. I'm just going to call it pop, and you guys just have to accept that that's what I call it. I don't like pop and alcohol, like mixed drinks, because like it's really sugary and it's got caffeine in it. And then you like, when you mix the two, you crash from like all of the sugar, and then you crash from the caffeine, and then you end up just feeling like really shitty. So you have to like also make sure you're drinking enough water, which like when you're drunk, it's like sometimes it's hard to hold yourself to that. So it's like, yeah, so for mixed drinks, I like fruit juice, or at the very least maybe just like, you could also just do like shots and then chase it with something, I guess would also work. But that's kind of blech, especially with vodka. Like vodka tastes like shit. So yeah, I like screwdrivers. So for those unaware, a screwdriver it's orange juice, Sprite, and you know, your alcohol of choice, usually vodka. Those are pretty good. Yeah, people told me that rum goes well with pineapple juice, so that's what I'm drinking. I think maybe after I have this, I might crack open a beer. But yeah, that's kind of my MLP origin story. I was just hanging out with this like older friend I had. Like, he was a bit older than me. He was a friend of one of my other friend's older brothers. So he's like, I think bro's like 5 or 6 years older than me at this point. So he was a bit older, but he was cool. I'm still on good terms with him. Not like the rest, not the, like the rest of that friend group. You know, the ones who are really into Chris Chan and stuff. Again, like what an obvious red flag. Now that I really think about it. So yeah, I just started hanging out with him. He showed me MLP. We would hang out, we would drink. It was fun. It kind of became like a New Year's tradition, where we would get together on New Year's and drink and watch MLP. Oh shit! Maybe we should do that next year. Actually, I mean I still I could. I have him on Discord. I could just hit him up. I could hit him up and see if he wants to do that next year. Yeah, I wonder what he's doing now. Yeah, really smart guy. He went to school for psychology, and then later he found that that wasn't for him, so then he became like a math major, I think. He's like super smart guy. I would play, this is, so my original friend group who I met in high school, the one that I broke up with. We first started hanging out with each other because we started playing D&D, and that's where I got really into D&D. Because one of my friend's older brother started DMing for us. And it became like a normal thing. We would get together all the time and play D&D. And I don't miss that friend group, but I definitely miss playing D&D, and I think that's a big reason why I want to get better at writing and stuff, because I really want to. I still have that goal of I want to do like a VTuber D&D thing at some point. I think that would be really cool. I get a lot of enjoyment of like creating stories and stuff. I just think I need to get better. And, you know, and of course, put the time in, because, you know, making a D&D campaign is a lot of work. Might be better to start off with like a one shot. That'd probably be a better idea. Someday we'll get there. We'll talk about New Year's goals. I'm not gonna go crazy on goals like last year because you all know how New Year's resolution goes. You know, we're not gonna do any like crazy goals or anything like that. But I think we near the end of the stream we'll talk more about like, you know, what I want to do for this year, like what things I want to focus on for next year. What kind of energy I want to bring to 2016, you know what I mean? But anyways, oh yeah, we're doing a Q&A. That I went on like a huge tangent. We're never gonna get these done, huh? Okay, this is a good one. What was the first game you played? It's a bit foggy because I started playing games like almost as soon as I could walk, pretty much. My older brother was a gamer. We had a whole bunch of systems. We had a Nintendo, we had a Genesis. Eventually we got an N64. Then a PC, of course. And eventually we got a PS2, a GameCube, and then we got a Wii. And after the Wii, we just stopped buying systems because my parents realized that we were so content with replaying our old games, because old games were just better than the new ones and cheaper. That I actually didn't get myself like a PS3 or a PS4 or anything like that till like way later. Like I remember I bought my PS3 and my PS4 used at at like a thrift store. Not a thrift store, like a video game store. I bought a used one. I still have them. I still have my PS3 and my PS4. It's probably in a box somewhere. It's in a box somewhere. It's probably still got all the games on it too. Like on my PS3, I remember I had a Neptunia background for my PS3, which was pretty sick. On the PS3, you could get virtual versions of a bunch of really cool PS2 games. Like I think you could get the entirety of the Sly Cooper series on the PS3. You could get all of the God of War games on PS3. I think they're still on there. My PS4 is actually in my living room right now. It's super dusty. Same with my Switch. I hardly ever use it, but anyway, you get the idea. I've been playing video games like since I could walk. So I couldn't tell you exactly which specific game I started with first. But I can give you like but I remember distinctly which games it could have been. My earliest memories with video games is, you know, since we had a Nintendo, of course we had the Super Mario Brothers plus Duck Hunt cart. I remember we even had the gun for it, even though that shit like never worked. It was like that shit did not work. You would do shit like, and then you would ask people and they say that you have to like you point the gun at a lamp and it works. But like that shit also didn't work. It was like back in the dark ages where like that kind of like you couldn't just like quickly Google that kind of information. It was just like you had to figure it out. Back when you couldn't, there weren't like reviews for every single game. So if you bought a game and it ended up being really shitty, you were really pissed off because you wasted all that money and you had no idea. Which happened a lot on the Nintendo, because holy shit, that console probably has like the highest density of dog shit unplayable games. Anyway, sorry, I get really off topic. You can really tell the ADHD is really bad tonight. So, out of the Nintendo games that we had growing up, I remember we had Mega Man 3, Castlevania 3, Curse of Dracula. We had Mario plus Duck Hunt. You know, because every console came with one. We had Gyromite. But we didn't have Rob the Robot. So I thought that was kind of weird. So like playing Gyromite without the Rob the Robot gimmick is like, it felt so weird because you basically like each controller controlled two separate things. So you would have like, so the player one controller would control like half of the little pillars that you raise and lower, and then the player two controller would control the other half. So like the idea with Rob the Robot was like you would give Rob the Robot the second controller and he would kind of be like your player two. So, you know, he would like open up passageways for you, and it was like, wow, it's like I'm playing with a real person. I'm playing with a real friend. I don't even need friends anymore. I have Rob the Robot, you know? Anyway, continuing my thought. What other games do we have? I think the only other game that sticks out, I think we had Karate, which is another really iconic Nintendo game. It's the one where you went from right to left and you like had to beat up ninjas and stuff. Remember that game being really fucking hard too? So to answer your question, I feel like out of all of those games, I feel like Mega Man 3, like Mega Man 3 sticks out the most to me, like memory-wise. So I honestly think my first ever game was Mega Man 3. Which, like, holy shit, what a game to start with. Like, I think back and like, no wonder I turned into such a bitter, like, fucked up adult. Because my first ever games was Mega Man 3 and fucking Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, which, as far as I remember, people consider to be like one of the harder ones in terms of Castlevania. Like, none of those games were easy. Like, all those games were hard. Like, games back... Oh my gosh, don't even give me... Do you remember back when games being hard was just the default? Like... And then you have all these journos nowadays being like, oh man, every game needs an easy mode because... You know, some of us just like want to chill out, man. Like, we don't want to like be stressed out. You know, some of us like go and work 12 hours a day and come home and to my braless wife who brings me a sandwich, unasked for, by the way. I'm just like, I just want to escape from my stressful life, bro. I don't want to like. Not all of us want to, you know, go home and play Dark Souls or anything. Cuphead game review. Oh man, that shit is so funny. That's the classic example. Speaking of fucking game journos though, have you guys seen that people are already calling JRPGs Expedition 33 likes? I saw that shit on Twitter and I'm like, bro, that has to be rage bait. Like, you can't be serious. Bro, it's like people are so fucking stupid. It's like, it's not... Expedition 33 is not the first JRPG, bro. It's not the... Like, before look back to before Expedition 33 even came out, people were comparing it to Persona. It's like people don't even, like, they don't even call it a Persona like anymore. It's just like, it's an Expedition 33 like what the fuck? People are so fucking stupid. It's actually okay, yeah, so you know the tweet I'm talking about. I should never fucking open up Twitter on my phone. So on desktop, I have like this plugin for Twitter to make it so like you don't see all that like Twitter algorithm like pushed drama bullshit. But I'm fucking stupid, so I bring my phone into bed with me, so like I'll wake up the next day and I'll be like, but I'll be too lazy to get out of bed, so I'll open up my phone and I'll start doom scrolling Twitter, and I see like all kinds of fucking stupid ass bullshit. I know it's my fault. I'm being such a sis by doing that. I'm being such a sister by having Twitter on my phone. But it's like, as a VTuber, if I delete Twitter off my phone, then I can't upload, like, I can't conveniently post pictures of my cat or other things from my phone onto Twitter. So it's like, it's kind of annoying. So it's like it's like a necessary evil. I don't know. Should have never opened Twitter. That was your first mistake. People on there have interesting, yeah, I guess they have interesting things to say, all right, yeah. Almost too interesting. People need to start saying some more boring shit on Twitter, you know what I mean? He brings his phone with him to bed to doom train Umas. Playing Uma in my bed would be like way worse, because thankfully I'm not stupid enough to like bring my phone to bed and open up Uma. Like when it's time for bed, I'll put my phone next to me, but I won't doom scroll, because I know that that's bad, because like, you know, like the blue lights from screens, they tell your brain that it's not time to go to bed yet, and then like your sleep will get messed up, and then like you won't have as good of a night's sleep. But there has been a couple times, especially when the power has went out, like recently, like when we had that really bad bout of freezing rain and my power was flicking and shit. I just turned everything off in my apartment, and I played Uma on my phone, which for like the first time in like a really long time. Cause I almost exclusively just play Uma on my phone, on my PC, with like a stream on the side, you know, much like many of you, I assume. Twitter is great for seals and art. Yeah, that's, you know what? Yeah, that's true. It's really not good for anything else. There's some really fucking funny shit on Twitter as well. Like there's some good shit. There's some really good shit posts on Twitter as well. Especially in the Uma community, shit posts are really funny. I love all the Uma meme accounts where it's like the Uma RP accounts where like somebody will RP being Seiyun Sky, and just like, and their entire Twitter feed is just talking about fishing and simping over Nishino Flower. Or it's like, or the Ticketo Twitter account that just like pushes a bunch of crying emojis, and like, today I saw I accidentally stepped on an ant and now it's dead and I'm really sad now, and there's basically a meme Twitter account for every horse you could think of. The Uma RP accounts are really funny. I feel you, because I do doom scroll, and sometimes I get so mad at reading I want to say something, but I don't want to go into circles with people because they try too hard to win. Oh yeah, absolutely not. If I ever get myself to the point where I get so upset at Twitter that I actually feel like commenting on like all of these like shit posts, it's over for me. I would have to delete the app at that point, because that's a losing battle. You have to understand that you don't even know why. It's impossible to tell these days if people are doing things because they actually are trying to have a discussion, or if people are just doing it because to farm engagement. You know, like they're just doing it to farm for like ad revenue or something. It's literally impossible to tell if people are being for real on the internet anymore, and that's the part that makes it so frustrating. Because it's like, is this guy actually just fucking stupid and that's why he talks like this, or is it just like, are you being dead ass and you're just, this is what you want to put out into the world? My thing is filled with dramas from streamer awards and AI stuff. Yeah, that's just Twitter in general. It posts. The algorithm is even more skewed toward engagement. So like things that have the most likes or have the most views are the things that get pushed out the most, and more often than not, the stuff that's pushed out to people is the stuff that gets the most engagement, aka stuff that gets the most comments. And how do you get people to comment? Well, you say something like really stupid that people get so angry and they can't help but comment on your post, and then they make a bajillion dollars off of ad revenue, and they just like it's so stupid, man. I wish people would wake up. Yeah, it's just rage bait. People say rage inducing things to get attention, to get engagement, and then they make a bunch of money off of it. But anyways, that's not what we're here to talk about. We people are complaining about that stuff enough on Twitter. We'll leave that shit to Twitter. We'll leave it to the knuckle dragging Twitter troglodytes to worry about that stuff. My feed is just art. Yeah, on my feed it's got a lot of art too. It's just like, with the occasional sprinkle of like fucking drama bullshit. You just can't avoid it, unfortunately. Maybe I might need to make like an active effort to actually like curate my Twitter. I'm gonna say this: people need to shut up and scroll for boobs more often, or anything that keeps their mouth shut. No, honestly, so it's true. You're absolutely right. It's like I've always said. It's like people just need hobbies. Like they just need something. More people just need something to like put all of that energy into. That's not like just arguing with people on the internet. Like it's like you're wasting your time. Nobody's winning. The only people that are winning are the people who are like getting like ad revenue off of all the fucking engagement and shit. Just like pick up a hobby, bro. Like just go do something. So what was the first game you played, Graham? Yes, let's go back to yeah, sorry. I keep derailing the conversation again. It's the ADHD. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the first ever game I played was Mega Man 3 for the Nintendo. I honestly probably my favorite Mega Man game, although I remember getting so pissed off at it as a kid, because like that is not like okay, I'm gonna sound old again, but kids nowadays have no idea how lucky they are, or like games just have easy mode, or like games have lots of quality of life features and like stuff like that. But like imagine your first game just being like Mega Man 3 and you just get fucking wrecked. You fall into a bottomless pit, annoying enemy placement, you don't have infinite lives, everything's on a password. When you die, you have to start all over again. You know, bosses are hard as fuck. You have to learn all the robot master's weakness, and you know, back then we didn't have the internet, guys weren't as popular, so you just had to figure that shit out. Most games just don't have as much jank anymore either. You know, yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that's a fair point. Like I think a big reason why those games were as hard as they were is just because of the limitations of the system. That's so yeah, that's fair to say. That's a fair point. The jank is what makes them good. His first ever game was Sonic 06. Don't even get me started on that, bro. Like, I can't believe your first ever game ever was a fucking 360 game. I'm gonna kill myself. It's like, I mean, to be honest, I'd rather have started with Mega Man 3 than Sonic 06. I guess things could always be worse now that I think about it. I could have been born and my first game was Sonic 06. You know, fair enough. Maybe Mega Man 3 is not so bad. But speaking of Mega Man 3, now you've got me thinking though. Maybe I should go back maybe I should go back and I know I do have I think I have the first Mega Man collection, which I think goes all the way to like 5 or 6 if I remember. I know there's a couple Mega Man Classic collections. I think there's 2 of them. Oh my god, excuse me. How does it feel starting with Peak? People keep... I don't know, man. People keep saying that Sonic 06 is like not as bad as people used to think it was. Because I remember when Sonic 06 came out, it was like the game to hate. Like it was the shitty game. Like, remember people were talking about shitty games. You couldn't talk about shitty games without bringing up Sonic 06 or Superman 64 or E.T. for the Atari. Like what do people use for shitty games now? They always talk about like what was that like Overwatch like game that died after like a year or like a couple months? What's like a newer shitty game? Concord? Yeah, that was it. Yeah, Concord, that's it. Yeah. People always compare it to Concord anymore, but Sonic 06 has gotten so old. Like Sonic 06 is so old at this point that you have all these people that are coming out like, oh, Sonic 06 was actually Kino, bro. It was you know, it was like bad slop. It was like, what do people even say anymore? Like Sonic 06 was actually good, bro. People just don't remember. It's like it's overhated. It's like the Sonic 06, are we talking about the same game? Because the Sonic 06 that I remember, that shit barely worked. It was like they shipped the game out like half completed. Like that shit barely, it was buggy as hell. You would fall through the floor like all the time. And now everyone's saying like, no, bro, it was actually Kino. People just don't remember. And I feel like we're not talking about the same game. Now, okay, I'll be the first to admit that I've actually never played Sonic 06. So you can call me like a fake fan, be like, oh, well, you can't make judgments because you haven't played it. I feel like I've watched enough people play it that it's like it really does look like a Sonic game that's in beta. It's like it really does look like a game that's they shipped out and it's not even finished. Worst have just come out since. I want to say my first game was Super Mario World. That's a pretty good game to start off with. I feel like it's not like a super ball bustingly hard game, but it's like a fair challenge. I think that's a really good first game to start with. They're getting nostalgia baited by themselves. I feel like it is. I feel like people are, again, it's one of those things where I can't tell if people are being serious or if it's just like it's a bit. It's like, no, bro, it's like it's one of those games that's like so bad that it's good. It's like it's aged well. It's like all of a sudden, like people are telling me that Sonic 06 ages like wine, where it's like, people, all of a sudden it's good, or it's like people are going around saying that people are misremembering that it's better than it was. I've seen enough of it to say it's bad with confidence. That's also how I feel, but I feel like people will always be like, well, you can't really make judgments until you've played it yourself. And it's like, I don't know, bro. It just looks like it's half completed. It's like the game looks half done. It looks like it's in its alpha phase. I think it's just a gaslighting campaign. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, I'll try and pick up the pace. I just keep getting distracted. Zam, AIDS like some prison hooch. What the fuck? Did you just... What did you just say? What did he mean by this? Do you want to... What's bro talking about? What? Did you really just say that? What does that even mean? Zam! Zam! Hooch's alcohol made in jail as slang? You mentioned Sonic 06 aging like... Oh, okay. It's alcohol. Okay, I thought it was something else. Okay, let's move on. We need to get through these questions. I just added this ham to be quirked up. Quirked up white boy on a New Year's Eve. He is not goated with the sauce. Do you like fishing in games? Yes, I actually love fishing mini games in video games, and I honestly think, I know that like it's kind of a meme to have fishing games and everything, but I think it's a good inclusion. Let me think of some games that have good fishing mini games. I really like the fishing mini game in Kirby Forgotten Land. I think that was like the most recent game that I played that I had fishing. I mean, you guys know that we played Monster Hunter Rise. Monster Hunter Rise had a pretty good fishing mini game. I'm trying to think of like, can you guys think of any other games we played somewhere recently that had fishing mini games? The fishing in Ocarina of Time was pretty good. Wait, actually, doesn't every Wait, every Zelda game has a fishing minigame, doesn't it? I think it does. Fishing has always been a thing in Zelda. It's like a core mechanic of Zelda. What was I? Oh shit. I just remembered something. Speaking of fishing minigames, so you guys remember how we played Wizard 101? Someone recently, like a couple months ago. Wizard 101 had a fishing minigame that was pretty fun. I think that was like the last fishing minigame I played. But the fishing minigame in Wizard 101 was pretty fun. With you use the different elemental lures to attract different fish. And fishing is like the #1 way to get lots of gold in that game because you can sell all of your fish for lots of money. Animal Crossing, super integral part of Animal Crossing. I loved playing the OG Animal Crossing on my GameCube. Trying to collect all of the different fish. Fishing's been a thing in most 3D Zeldas and ages/seasons, I think, or was it Awakening? I'm not too sure. I'm not a huge Zelda head, as you guys all know from my Majora's Mask playthrough. I grew up playing Ocarina of Time, and the Zelda game I spent the most time on was Twilight Princess. I really like Twilight Princess. But even with Twilight Princess, I wouldn't really go out of my way to collect everything, like 100% the game. I felt like I really enjoy just playing the Zelda games as they are, like just going through from point A to point B. I don't know if that makes me like boring or like maybe that shows I'm not Zelda pilled enough. It's like I like my short streamlined experiences. I don't know. I think that's why, again, not saying I didn't enjoy Majora's Mask. I'm just saying that like it wasn't, I don't think I didn't vibe with it too much. Yeah, I think, you know what? Let me have a quick look at my Steam library because I bet because I feel like so many games have fishing mini games. Seiyun Sky's alt in Uma Musume is her fishing. I guess that definitely counts. Yeah, I think that's... So yes, I think more games need fishing mini games. Oh, another one just jumped out at me. Nier Automata had a fishing mini game. You could fish in Nier Automata. That was pretty cool. That's another game I should play on stream. I know Tenchi's playing it right now, and it really got me thinking. I have it on my Steam wish list, and I was thinking about it. But like, again, it's kind of a weird spot where it's like I've played the game before, so all like the big plot points aren't going to like shock me, you know? But I mean, you know, maybe. I think it would be fun. I've actually never played Replicant. So ideally I would want to stream Replicant, but the problem is that like you can't really, it would feel weird to jump into Replicant without playing Automata first. Although I'm pretty sure Replicant is like canonically first. I think Replicant technically becomes before. I don't know exactly the lore, but I don't really enjoy Majora's, so I know the feeling. I feel like the Grinch watching all these people praising it and enjoying it. I definitely know what you mean. It's like, again, I don't think it's a bad game, and it's definitely not a bad game. Far from it. And I don't regret playing it on stream. It's just, I feel like it's only natural for a game like that to be a bit frustrating on your first playthrough. You know, a game like Hollow Knight is a great example where it's like, if you play that, if you go into that game completely blind, as you should, it's like, it's only natural you would get a little bit frustrated, right? Because like, you don't know where everything is. You don't know all the boss's patterns. You don't know how everything works. It's definitely one of those games where it's like the more you know it, the more enjoyable it becomes. So I feel like if I had like a Majora's Mask arc and I like started playing the randomizer or something and I got like really good at knowing where everything was and I looked up some guides and stuff, it would be a more enjoyable experience for sure. But I don't, it's just like, yeah, it doesn't really grab me. I just it's just, I guess it's, yeah, I'm just not super Zelda pilled. I've come to realize it's just not really my thing. Oh, whoops. I like Link Between Worlds. Which one is that? Is that the one with the giant egg, or is that the one? No way, Link Between Worlds, that's the one. Is that the Game Boy Color one? Oh wait, no, that's the Super Nintendo one, right? It's the 3DS one? What am I thinking of? I thought Link Between Worlds was the Super Nintendo one. Where you go to the Dark World and stuff. It uses the same world as Link to the Past? Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably why I'm confused. But that's a good reminder, because I have actually never played those games before, and I know a lot of people who are big Zelda fans say that that's like one of the best, if not like the best Zelda games ever. Like, people say a lot of really good things about A Link Between Worlds, Link to the Past, like those games. And I think some of them there was one, I forget which one it was, but there was one that had like a Switch remake. And it made it made the graphics 3D and stuff, and it looks really cool. Oh shit, I closed the marshmallows again. Let me just grab this. Okay. Also, just a quick heads up again, ads in about 30 seconds. That is Link to the Past, and the one is also like my second favorite. Yeah, like those two games, people always say really good things about it. So I think, and they're not structured the same way like the 3D the game. So I think it's definitely worth trying. You know, those games are definitely worth trying, because I feel like those games would be a bit more my speed. You know. Link to the Past is a fun rando too. Yeah, actually, there's a Flauma, one of my regulars. I know he went on a bit of a Link to the Past rando arc. I know he plays it. But you guys know I like my two favorite randos are the Paper Mario one and the DK64 one. Which, speaking of, it's been a long time. Maybe we should go back. I don't think we played those since like early this year. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe we should. I was thinking, so I have some couple ideas for what we could do for the rest of the stream. But that might be a cool idea to do, because like it feels kind of fitting to revisit like Donk Randomizer or Paper Mario, because those two games I played a lot like when I was starting out in streaming, especially Paper Mario. Yeah, we might have to revisit those again. Also, I know you guys are in an ad. I'm gonna go refill my water and take a piss really quick, and while the ad plays, and I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, we're back. Grab myself another drink. Oh, whoops. Okay. Next question. Thank you guys for reminding me about those two games, because I think those are good candidates for stream games. Okay, where were we? Okay, that last one was the fishing question. Okay, next question. Also, let me make myself a little bit bigger. I feel like I'm not taking as much space as I should. There we go. Next question. Have you ever baked bread? I have not baked. I have never. To be honest, I haven't baked much. Baking I'll be real, it's a bit intimidating. I've always felt that baking is a bit more of a science rather than cooking, and I feel like that's why I prefer cooking, because it's like if you mess up a recipe in cooking, it's like it's still going to taste good and it's still going to like be edible. Where I feel like you can't really say the same for baking. You know, it's like, you know, if you put too much like baking powder into your cookies and they have like this weird taste and they taste gross and salty, or if you like don't put the right like amounts of each ingredients, then like the texture is all weird, and like I don't know, baking seems kind of scary. Like the amount of work that I see, like when I hear Tenchi talk about baking, it's like I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I have the patience for like measurements and like curing my sourdough or whatever she calls it. Like all this baking knowledge you need. That being said though, I would love to try it. I think it would be awesome to learn how to, like, if I could make my own bread and then I wouldn't have to buy like the shitty store bread all the time. Cause I always felt like homemade is always better, right? And it's like, you know, if I knew how to bake, I could like make the kind of bread that I want. Like you can make breads for specific purposes, right? Like if you just want like a sandwich bread, or you want a bread that's really good for grilled cheese. You normally have to start off with something like sourdough. Yeah, I know. I feel like I would probably want to start out with something like cookies, and then once I get cookies down packed, then maybe move on to something a bit more complicated, like I don't know, bread, or I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I would definitely want to, like, cause I really like cooking. I have a lot of fun cooking, so I feel like baking would it kind of scratches the same itch, right? Like it's, you know, making food is fun. So I would definitely like to try it at some point. Let me think. I think the last thing I've ever baked was that one time where it was when Springtrap was released in Dead by Daylight, and I went to the end. Because I thought I was going to be so funny and quirky, I went to the grocery store and I bought myself not a frozen, well, I mean, it was a frozen pizza, but it wasn't like, you know, name brand frozen pizza. Like it was actually made in the deli by some actual people. So it wasn't like bottom of the barrel, like super cheap pizza. You know, I went a bit higher up on the shelf for this bit. So I baked a pizza in honor of, you know, Springtrap being put into Dead by Daylight. And then that was also the same day I burnt my fucking hand. So what happened was, like, I put the pizza in the oven, everything was fine until the pizza was done. When it was time to take the pizza out, my dumbass, or okay, a little bit more of a setup. So what happened was I had the pizza on like a baking sheet. Actually, no, I didn't even have it on a baking sheet. I just put it on the rack, which I think is better because the baking sheet I had wasn't like wide enough to accommodate the pizza, so it didn't really work. So I was like, I'll just put it on the I'll just put it on the like the rail. It'll be fine. And it was, for the most part it was, but what happened was I think like a little piece of cheese melted off of the side and then it fell to the bottom of the oven and then it got all charcoaly and then it made a little bit of a smoke and then made a little bit of smoke. So then what happens as soon as I open up the thing, like a little bit of smoke comes out and then the fire alarm starts going off and I'm like panicking because I'm like, oh my god, because I live in an apartment building, so once one person fire alarm goes off then everyone's fire alarm goes off, right? So like I'm panicking because I'm like, oh my god, everyone in the building knows I'm a fucking idiot and I burnt my pizza. So in a panic I like go to pull the pizza out of the oven, but not realizing that the part of a little bit of my hand was not covered when I went to grab the pizza thing. So I burnt my fucking hand in a panic trying to get this pizza out of the oven, because here's the problem, right? Because I didn't have it on a baking sheet. The only way to like pull it out of the oven was with like, I think I ended up pulling it out with like 2 spatulas or something. Something stupid like that. But I think I had a baking sheet underneath the pizza just in case anything happened. And not thinking like a dumbass, I grabbed the baking tray out of the oven with like a little bit of my hand exposed and I fucking burned my hand. Pull the whole rack out. Oh my god, that would have been a way smarter idea. Oh fuck. Why didn't I think of that, bro? Man. So then I think I still ended up playing Dead by Daylight. Actually, no. I think I canceled and then I moved the stream to tomorrow because my hand was fucking, I was in so much pain. Like it wasn't that bad. It was definitely like, it wasn't like, what's 3rd degree is like the worst, right? It's like, it didn't do any like permanent damage. It was just like the skin on the surface was like really burnt. It hurt real bad. Remember I had my hand in a pool of water for like pool of cold water like the whole day. Was the pizza good though? See, that's the worst part. It honestly was not even that good. It was, I honestly feel like a frozen like Delicio pizza probably would have been better. It like wasn't even that good. It was like the bottom was really hard. Like it was like crispy, but not in like a good way. It was like had like a cardboard texture. It was like way too crunchy. Like, and I don't think I overcooked it because everything on top was good. It was just kind of like, I don't know. It's just it was really poor, really low quality dough, I think. So definitely not buying another pre-made pizza from the deli because those suck. So, but to be honest, ever since this happened, I'm like traumatized to ever make a pizza ever again. Because what if this happens again? What if this happens again? And so this is a really long drawn out explanation explaining that this was the last time I tried to bake something and this is what happened. So maybe I'm a little bit traumatized. Now mind you, this is for a pizza. I feel like this kind of shit wouldn't really happen with baked goods. Like feel like baked goods are a bit less susceptible for things like this to happen, but it was a little traumatic, I'm not gonna lie. But it is a funny story that I can't look at Springtrap from FNAF anymore without thinking of this moment where he cursed my pizza and made me burn myself. But we did end up playing Springtrap, and it was really fun actually. You know, Springtrap's a really fun killer. Too bad Dead by Daylight fucking sucks right now. Did you have the conviction fan? I did. Yeah, it was a lot of smoke, and the apartments I live in, the smoke alarm is not very far away from the kitchen, unfortunately, because I live in like a studio apartment, so there's not a lot of space. But yeah, of course, like I turned the fan on, I ran across my living room and I opened up the window and stuff like to air it out, but it still took a while for the fire alarms to go off, and I was so embarrassed. I was embarrassed, I was in pain. It was a rough day. It was a rough day. I think I canceled stream and I like pushed it to the next day so I could heal my hand, because it was like that bad. Get some oven mitts. That's a good point. I don't actually have like oven mitts. I just have like, I have those like little cloth, those really thick cloth things that are like meant for that purpose, but oven mitts would definitely be a lot safer and a lot more foolproof. Maybe I should have asked Mama Grim for baking for oven mitts, now that I think about it. That would have been a good practical Christmas present idea. But I mean, I really wanted the Genshin cookbook though. Just bake something easy like banana bread to heal your soul. That is true. I love banana bread. Growing up, I had two grandmas that would make me banana bread like all the time. It was one of my favorite things. Oh, I love banana bread so much. It's so good. Like banana bread, like warm piece of banana bread with some butter on it is like, it's so peak. It's so peak. It's so peak. Banana bread is really good. Yo, Domo, come in. Does the Genshin cookbook have bake things? I think so. I think it's got some... I'm actually not sure. I know it has a recipe for... I forget what it's called, but it's like it's like a mint flavored gelatin, which I think is technically a baked good. I know there's like a Jello recipe in the Genshin cookbook. Actually, you know what? Let me go grab it really quick. Let me go grab the Genshin cookbook. It's like just in the other room. Yeah, the Genshin cookbook. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me make room on my desk. Let me have a look. Let me see. There's funny enough, speaking of pizza, there's the mushroom pizza. There is a mushroom pizza recipe, so that definitely counts. Speaking of pizza, I already have my heart set on the hash brown. I want to make the Mondstadt hash brown first. Let's see. There's lighter than air pancakes. That definitely counts, I think. There's the mint jelly. I don't know, is Jello's technically a baked good, isn't it? There's dumplings. A lot of the leeway recipe. There's a couple dumpling recipes for leeway. It's more of a non-bake confectionery item. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Is there any in Inazuma? Inazuma's a lot of like Inazuma's JP stuff. A lot of ramen recipes. There's a rolled omelet. They teach you how to make dango. Ooh, that'll be interesting. I actually don't. I mean, I've always been fascinated how you actually make dango, because you see it all the time in anime, where like or like in Monster Hunter Rise, where you see the palicos like doing the traditional Japanese way, where you have one guy with the hammer hitting the dango and you have the other guy like setting it, you know? Sumeru. I think Sumeru is based off of like Middle East, I think. So it's like there's a shawarma wrap on here. It's like Eastern recipes. So yeah, there is in fact a couple baking recipes. So that's a good idea. Maybe I might have to. It'd be really nice to make my own pizza. Maybe we should try the mushroom pizza recipe at some point. But yes, I would love to try. Thank you, Anonymous, for the question. Thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. I don't know. This question has a certain person's aura, but I can't really put my finger on it. Do you guys know what I'm saying? But I'm probably overthinking it. It's probably nothing. Anyways, next question. Okay, we got a nice easy one. I'll try and fire through and not get distracted with the rest of the questions. What is your favorite color? So looking at my design, you might think that it's red, but honestly, I think my favorite color is blue. I think my favorite color has been blue for a long time. I think as far as I can remember, my favorite color has been blue, and I can't really tell you exactly why. I just think it's a very nice color. It's very easy on the eyes. I've always been more of a fan of like brighter colors. That's why I feel like I harp on a lot of like modern gaming designs of being too like dreary and like dull colors and like broody and stuff. I'm a huge fan of like anime with like really bright colors and, you know, like Like Senran is a series that like I feel like exemplifies that a lot, where it's like very bright colors, like really soft designs. It's like my waifu, my kami waifu Yumi from Senran, she has beautiful blue eyes. It's just a very, yeah, it's just a really good color. I really like blue a lot. Runners up, you also might think this is a bit weird, but I think my runner up color after blue is probably pink. I think in an alternate timeline, if I were to have like a custom in an alternate timeline where I have lots of money and I could afford to like buy my own custom VTuber design, I might have been another. People are gonna say like, "Wow!" People sometimes people will see me and be like, "Wow, another generic catgirl VTuber." Yawn, rolls eyes. But it's like, I honestly feel like maybe in another timeline I could have been like Nyanners coded. I could have been another pink cat girl. What can I say? I'm a simple man. I don't like all these like super complicated VTuber designs and stuff. Like people often compare the super complex VTuber designs to Genshin characters, and honestly, with all the accessories and shit, and like it makes sense. Oh my gosh, I just realized we're almost there. It's almost New Year's. In about 23 minutes from now. I'll try and keep an eye on that, but what will most likely happen is that I'll miss it like 5 minutes after the fact and be like, "Yay, it's New Year's." But yeah, big fan of blue, and pink is definitely a runner up. Like, especially when the two colors are combined. Like that's why I love like Fuamoko pills. You know, like the light blue, like the baby blue color, and the pink color of Mokoko. It's just like, I just feel like that color combination is so appealing to me. I don't know. I just like those like bright soft colors. And like, who knows, if I ever were to redesign, maybe that design would have those colors, or at the very least, if I feel like because I've told you guys I've always wanted I've always wanted a maid outfit, which I mean, we have a maid outfit now, thanks to the Prism model. But I mean, if we were to ever do like a redesign, or like if we were to get like a custom design, you know, maybe I would be different colors. I don't know. It's hard to envision that because I feel like I've become so attached to this. I've become so attached to this model now, like this design. And I know it's like super simple, and it's like it's not really, doesn't have a lot of frills or standout details, which, like, come to think of it, I keep forgetting to add my tail. Oh well. Just pretend I tucked it away today. Maid outfit. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Speaking of, okay, let me wait, no, that's, I meant to, I just wanted to, Okay. You guys will just have to see the black screen for a second to while I get dressed. Expressions. Oh, I forgot to open up Prism Closet. Ah, okay, yeah. I have to open up so I've talked about this before, but with the Prism 2.0, it now has its own UI. So it's a bit hard to explain, but like the files are separated in two heads, whereas like the 1.0 version, everything was intact. So you had the head and the outfit. But now the best way I can explain is that the body parts, the body portion of your model is treated as an item. And through this new UI they made, the Prism Closet, you kind of like load your outfits or your bodies as items. So we're going to turn this on. So I forgot to turn that off. And then we turn the hair on inside VTube Studio. Wait, if I do this, yeah, that works. Okay, there we go. But yeah, speaking of pink, I mean, this outfit is based off of Chocola, which is a character I also is a character I look a lot alike. So I felt it was only fitting. I'm a big Necropara fan, so it's kind of based on her outfit. But yeah, I will say though, say what you will, for all the complaining I've done about the new update for Prism, it's also been really cool. Like this model is still super impressive. Sorry, I don't know where to put myself. Okay, there we go. Still very impressive, and I still think it's an absolute steal if you want to get into VTubing. Now that the 2.0 update is out, you don't have to worry about like doing what I did and having to update all your old textures to your new textures. You can just like start fresh. Just go in, start having fun, making your own character. Think of it like, you know, character customization. You can just make whoever you want. You get to play with a bunch of sliders and stuff. What's your favorite dinosaur? They're trying to scout me out and see if I have autism. This is like a dead giveaway that they're trying to figure out if I'm autistic. Which unfortunately for them, I'm not. I have a lot of mental problems, but autism is not one of them. I haven't thought about this question in a long time, and in preparation for this question, I actually did look up. I actually did like check out a bunch of dinosaurs, and it might be a bit of a basic bitch answer, but honestly, I really like the Ankylosaurus, which is the one that's like, he's got all like the spikes on him. He's kind of like a turtle, He's got like the armor on, and he has the like he's got the spikes coming out of his head or out of the side, and he's got the mace tail. New dinosaur lore has dropped since childhood. It's not fair. That's true. With like we've ever since I was a kid, they've discovered so many more species. Like, so for all I know, there could be like an even cooler dinosaur out there. Yeah, and I don't know. Growing up, this kind of loops around to back. This kind of loops back to how recently we played Yu-Gi-Oh. As a kid, I really like dinosaur monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, talking about how I used to play capsule monsters growing up as a kid. And then that one duel in the final area where you fight against Merrick 2, and he's got the Mega Zowler, which is like a Triceratops looking monster. Or like how Rex in Area 2 has the two-headed King Rex. It's like, so I've definitely always like been a big fan of dinosaurs, but I'm not like, I don't have like the dinosaur-tism. Like, it's not that powerful. Like I said, I couldn't tell you a whole bunch of like obscure facts about all different kinds of dinosaurs. I'm just like, I think this one looks cool, and and that's about it. So yeah, I really like the stubby, like the short, like the chonky like armor dinosaurs. So I really like, so the Ankylosaurus is probably my favorite. But like the Triceratops is really cool. A bit of a boring one, I know. And as far as carnivores go, I actually really like the Spinosaurus. I think the Spinosaurus always looks really cool. Again, reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh card that I think is of a Spinosaurus that looks really cool. They're just so cool. You can't be a boy and not think dinosaurs are cool. It's just, if you as a man do not think dinosaurs are cool, you gotta look back within yourself, because something's wrong. Have any of y'all seen the sword wielding dinosaur game? Sword wielding dinosaur game. I don't think I have. Can you elaborate? Are you talking about... Wait, I can't think of the name. There was this one DS game that was kind of like Pokemon, but I think it was about dinosaurs. Oh shit, that reminds me. Blast from the Past. There's this one really cool... I think it's a DS game. I think it's called Fossil Fighters, where it was kind of like Pokemon, but you know, instead of Pokemon, it was dinosaurs. And I think it had a TV show. Let me look up what you were talking about. Dino Blade. Holy shit, I have not seen this. This is real? Is this a dinosaur? Oh my god, it is. Dino Blade. You're a dinosaur in a Souls-like where a T-Rex uses an Ankylosaurus as a melee weapon? Bro. This can't be. This is like a joke. Bro, this dinosaur holding the fucking Buster Blade. What the heck? He's holding Cloud's sword. This is like a bit on the wolf, right? The wolf in Dark Souls, the one that holds the sword. I don't know his name, but everyone knows the sword dog in Dark Souls. It's like real? It's like real? Like, is it like, what's the quality like? Is it like Chinese bootleg, or is it like, oh shit, this is like real. This is like a real thing. Is there a trailer? I'm gonna mute this just in case. Yeah, Sif, yeah. The dog, yeah. It definitely looks like a little janky. Like, it definitely looks a little janky, but like, honestly, though, it still looks pretty sick. It's probably still gonna be, that shit's gonna be fire. Okay. I'm not I mean, you guys know I'm not like a Souls player. I'm pretty impartial to Souls games, but I mean, shit, man, I might check it out. It looks pretty cool. It started off as a joke, but turned into a real game. That's so awesome. It's like we have like a crab Souls, like, right? Like, what's that one called? Something shell, the crab Souls like. It's cool that we're getting like, cause like I feel I'm maybe a big part of it. It's fun to see, it's good to see people trying different like aesthetics with the Souls like formula, because like the contrast between like super bright colorful visuals and like really challenging gameplay, I think is really cool. I don't like Souls games, but that's a dinosaur with a sword. I can't not play that. So true. That's fair. I mean, shit, I might check it out. I've been like kind of warming up to the idea of like finally playing a Souls game on stream. I'm like thinking about it. A lot of people keep asking me about it. And it's like, it's not that I'm opposed to challenge. Like I like my hard games. I know a lot of people say that like now that Silk Song has come out, Hollow Knight's like not even that hard. So it's like, but like I've gotten pretty good at Hollow Knight. I like a fair amount of challenge, but it's just like, yeah, I feel like I would get really frustrated, and like I don't know if that would be like super enjoyable to watch, and it's like I would have to lock in. I would need to I would have to be better, you know, overcome my frustrations. But yeah, overall, like it's just it's a series that's been played so much, right? Like it's such a popular series that I feel like I've watched 100,000 people play it, and it's like, but like I am warming up to the idea. Like you know, I think it might be fun. I'm thinking about it. Another crab's treasure, yeah. That's the one. I remember I was watching Ember play it, and there's this one really funny clip that I made that I got from him when he was playing it. I think I can't remember if Ember still has this redeem, but there was one redeem where it's like you can make a rule for the stream, and one of the rule. So I've been hanging out with Ember for like since I started streaming pretty much. So I have a lot of channel points on his channel. And he had this one redeem where you could redeem a stream rule, and so the rule that I made was that every time he died, he would have to say something like really nice about me. He would have to give me a compliment. So there's this, if you go like really far back in the clips channel on the Discord, you can find that clip of Ember glazing me. I really should go back to that clip, and like it does a lot for my ego. Every time I feel bad about myself, I should go back and watch that clip. Actually, hold on. Maybe we can react just a little bit, just a little react Andy. Maybe I can find that clip. If I type Ember in, will it find it? Oh, it did. Let's go. If I click this. Let me make sure it's not like too loud. Okay, anyways, we answered this question. Let me turn the music off. Where's the react Andy? Okay, there it is.
Grim is such a better.
Okay, yeah, it's let me turn it up like a little bit. So yeah, this is my bestie. This is Ember. We've been hanging out. He's been a long time supporter alongside with, him and Chibi. They've been hanging around with me for a long time. They're
Gamer than me in every way. It's not even funny. They're also cuter, like straight up. I wish I could be as cute as Grim. Yeah, I thought that being a dragon was cool until I saw Grim's model as a cat. You know? Sorry, I'm gonna need to back up. That was hella rude.
Oh fuck, it's almost time. Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, let's put that away. Let me bookmark that real quick for no particular reason. Let me turn this back on. Fuck. Wait, hold on. If I go in Google and I type in New Year's countdown. Is it gonna give me like an actual time? Oh, it's happening. Wait, 30 seconds. Okay, the countdown's coming up. $20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Yippee! Yay! Let's go. Well, I'm glad I at least caught it this time. Let's go. We are officially in 2026. Okay, now that we're in the year 2026, what's the first thing you guys are going to do? What kind of energy are you bringing to 2026? I'm going to save mine till the end, I think. I got some closing thoughts. But yeah, happy new year. Officially, happy New Year's, everyone. We're finally here. It took us a long time. I feel like I was the last. Like, damn. 3 more hours. Damn, you're even farther behind than me, Cocoa. Damn. I thought I had it. I thought I was late. Sloth. I'm still an hour off too. Oh, what the fuck? You guys are in the past. Happy New Year, yay! It's okay, it's officially the new year in the best time zone. Which time zone? You mean mine? You mean my time zone? What else do I want to say? I don't want to get like too sappy and emotional. I'll save that till the end, you know, to do all that stuff. But yeah, let me just say Happy New Year's, everybody, and I hope 2026 is good. Make sure you start off this year right, you know, do some things that you've been holding off on, you know, be productive, all that stuff. Treat yourself, you know, be kind to yourself. EST is the only time zone, and every other simply doesn't exist, just like how any other country isn't a real place. Bro, you've literally been to Canada, so that already confirms in your mind that there's at least 2, you know? You told me you've been here before. You took a trip here. And you didn't even pull up. What the fuck, bro? That's a joke, by the way. It's a joke. Canada is just an extension, kind of like DLC. That's like such an American thing of you to say. You're probably gonna say something like, "Oh, Canada is just like America DLC." Yeah, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Americans are all the same. They're always like, actually, no, we invented that. And by invented, I mean we went to where they had it and we colonized it, and then we pretended that we did it actually. Not to say that Canada hasn't done similar things in the past. I'm not saying like I'm not saying that there isn't blood on our hands. Like, I mean, shit, look at the Canada v German thing during World War II, but time to start grilling Borgers. I don't have any Borgers, but I am drinking a beer, so cheers to that. I'll drink to that, K Kona. Here's to the new year. This is me clinking my glass with you. And them hot diggity dogs. I haven't had a good hot dog in a while. I've had some sausages, which are like they're pretty close. Honestly, a sausage is kind of just like a better hot dog when you really think about it. Because a hot dog is like, or a sausage is like made with care, with like nice herbs and spices, some ingredients and stuff. Whereas like a hot dog is just like, they scrape the bottom of the barrel of all like the shape, like all the loose pieces from all the other animals, and they just put it into a tube form. I'm not gonna be that guy that's like, oh, do you eat a hot dog? You wouldn't be able to eat a hot dog if you knew what the process was. If you knew how hot dogs were made, you wouldn't be able to eat a hot dog. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, yes, I absolutely would, actually. Same with McDonald's chicken nuggets. Like, wait, you're gonna try to scare me away with that shit? I've worked at a McDonald's before. I've seen the kind of shit that underpaid teenagers will do to people's food out of complete laziness. I remember one time I was working at McDonald's. I was working the breakfast shift, and I was working with this other kid who was like teenager, like basically fresh out of high school. And there was a fucking McMuffin egg sitting in the heating thing, because you have like those little like heating trays so you keep the food warm until they're ready to be served. And I kid you not, there was one that was sitting in there for like from like the start of the shift. And like I saw bro put that shit into an egg McMuffin, and God forbid whatever happened to that poor person. I hope they didn't get food poisoning or something. Hope they didn't get or worse, you know. Not the McMuffin eggs. Yeah, I remember making those all the time. You have those like you put the because I actually know how you get them to that shape. So like you have those we had those little like flat top cooking like burner things, and all it was like a specialized one with like these little molds, and all you would do is just you would, crack some eggs into the little molds. You would, break the yolks, because obviously you don't want runny yolk. Everything has to be nice and clean, and you wouldn't want a customer to bite into their egg McMuffin and get like a bunch of yolk and stuff, because then they'd be like freaking out, and then I would get in trouble, So you got to break the yolk, and then it's basically it. It's just like frying an egg like you normally would, but everything's like temperature controlled so that it cooks the same every single time, yada yada yada. Same with the deep fryers with the French fries and the McNuggets, right? Everything has a predetermined cooking time for top food safety, so that no one gets food poisoning and McDonald's doesn't get sued. I want a runny yolk. If you want to like just make it yourself, to be honest. Like, that being said, I love eating McDonald's. I'll eat that shit any day. How do you like your eggs? Pucked? Would you perhaps like them in a circular form that is easily packageable and etc etc? Time to cook an egg at 12 a.m. No better time than the present, as they say. No time like the present. First egg of the year, true. Oh fuck, you guys got hit with an ad again. I'm sorry. 364 to go. Yeah. Yeah. No runny yolk in large bag cooking typically. Yeah. It's like it's just like to reduce mess and well, I guess it would be messy. Like from a customer perspective, it'd be a bit messy and like I think it's fine. It's just like runny yolk doesn't really make sense for a sandwich, right? Like if you're making an egg sandwich, I understand why you would break the yolk is because it's just cleaner that way. And like you might as well cook the yolk because you don't want to like bite into your sandwich and then it's like almost all of the yolk falls into your plate and then like what are you gonna like because then like what are you gonna do with the yolk? You're gonna like lick the plate, which I guess you could if you're like if you're a freak and no one's around, but but you get my point. Like it's not practical. If you're making a sandwich, you should the yolks being broken makes sense. If you fuck up the first egg of the year, I'm sorry to tell you that the rest of your year is also fucked. I gotta be really fucking careful when I make breakfast tomorrow. But like, what if I'm making scrambled eggs? Is that also like? Because it's not. Because then it's like you're gonna tell me I can't make scrambled eggs for like the whole year. No, in my opinion, it's when you crack the egg into the pan and then you see that the egg is broken. Yeah, I agree. That's like a bad omen. Then your 2026 is gonna be fucked up for you. But then, like if you crack the egg and it doesn't break and then you break it yourself, I think that's different. Cause like, it's not like I'm not gonna make scrambled eggs for like the whole year, you know? Already fucked up. 2027 my year for just don't make them. Just go to Wahoo. Always made to order eggs. Like Wahoo, isn't that that's an American thing, isn't it? That's like an American chain food restaurant thing, or it's like a convenience store, right? Over here we have Circle K's and we have Max and we have 7-Elevens. We have 7-Elevens. Although I wish we had the the convenience store next to my house is pretty cool. They recently renovated and they got those like little rotisserie things with the hot dogs and stuff, like those little like roller things. They got warm food there now. They bake cookies and stuff. It's pretty cool. It's pretty damn. Now I'm thinking about it, and the worst part about all this is that shit is open 24/7. So like I could go like at like 3 a.m. in the snow to give myself a little treat, and that's the scariest thing. Many such cases where I went to the convenience store at like 3 a.m. for ice cream. Runny yolk is fine in burgers. It can be slightly messy, but so are most sauces. Yeah, that's true, but like there's ways you can, if you prepare the burger in the right way, you can like cover up for some of the mess, right? Like if you toast the bun, like if you go, I think you're supposed to put the sauce on the bun, because then the bun absorbs most of the sauce. And then you add like your toppings, like lettuce or something if you're like a weirdo and you put lettuce on your burger, or like tomatoes. Gross. Or like onions are fine. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't like, first of all, I don't like raw onions in like anything. If you're gonna put an onion on my burger, you better caramelize that shit. I hate just like raw onion. It's gross. Like the texture is fucked up. Lettuce is just like, it just tastes like green water. I understand that some people like, people are just like, oh, it's just there to add texture, but it's like, okay, lettuce is okay because lettuce is okay, fine. I'll grant that lettuce is okay because like it's very inoffensive. It tastes like green water. You know what I mean? It's like fine. I'll accept some lettuce, but tomato, it's just like, nah. I personally don't like raw tomato on a burger. It's just like, it just ain't for me. I just don't. I've never liked raw tomato. Tomato usually too much water. Yeah, that's what it goes back to the lettuce thing where it's like tomato water. Like they're just full of water. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I just don't think it adds that much to a burger, and it's kind of whatever. I just don't like the taste of raw tomato. Tomato, onion, lettuce go well on a burger. I just cut the tomato, cut the tomato. Everything else is like whatever. But again, if you're gonna put an onion on my burger, please please caramelize the onion so that it gets, because then you get like the real onion flavor, and it's not super like, the texture's not super like rigid, like it's not like super crunchy. It's like, when I bite into a burger, I don't want that crunchy texture like mingling with the tender beef, it's like it just doesn't go well. Like caramelized onions on a burger, absolutely, I totally agree with you, but dude, just like raw shit on burgers, it's like, I don't know, it's not for me. See, guys, hot dogs don't have this problem. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've seen people put raw onions on hot dogs, but that's like for chili dogs and shit. But yeah, that's true. People don't really put tomatoes on. I mean, they put ketchup on hot dogs. That's like normal. I'm okay with ketchup. I like ketchup. I think ketchup's pretty good. But like, yeah. I guess relish is pretty popular on burgers and hot dogs. I've seen people put relish on hot dogs too. I think relish is okay. I'm like okay on pickles. I'm not the kind of I'm not like the people that are like crazy about pickles. Like I know my mom like really likes like pickled flavored stuff, like dill flavored stuff. She'll probably eat like a whole jar of pickles. Add cheese to my hot dogs. Yeah, cheese on hot dogs is good. It's like, it's hard to mess up a hot dog. I think that's true. And like by proxy, sausages as well, because sausages is like, it's like the same idea as a hot dog. I take it back. Chili cheese dogs do be dripping. Yeah, chili cheese dogs are it's messy, but like, for like a chili dog, that's what you signed up for, right? It's like, and usually when you order a chili cheese dog, it comes in like a little thing so that when you bite into the chili cheese dog, you can like, and then they give you a spoon, right? So like you can like, so when the chili inevitably falls out of your chili dog, you can like scoop it up with a spoon and eat it. Like, so with the chili dog, it makes sense. That's like what you signed up for, you know? Oomph has not seen the visual nightmare that is the Chicago hot dog. Oh, I need a visual. Oh yeah, like, yeah, how do you even eat that? Ew, 3 slices. Oh my god, 3 slices of tomato on a hot dog, and then it's like you have this big ass pickle for no reason. It's got raw onions, relish. It's got all the staples. Like it has ketchup, mustard, and relish, but it's got like all these like giant ass other ingredients. It's like, yeah, it's not practical to eat. You would have to cut it in half or something, you know? You'd have to, there's no way you could fit your mouth around that thing. Don't, why did I say it? Don't take that out of context. I put a tomato and onion on a hot dog. Gross. Again, like caramelized onions, great for a hot dog, because when you caramelize the onions, they become all soft and like workable, right? Like you can basically use it like you would relish. You could just like put that shit alongside the bun and it would be really good. But raw onion, no, it's gross. It's gross. How does anyone eat those for real? Do the toppings just not instantly fall out? I swear on the first bite, you're pulling that whole pickle spear out. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you would have to like bite into it and like make sure you bite all the way through. Otherwise you're just gonna pull all the ingredients out. And even then, the first bite, you're probably losing like 3 tomatoes. You're probably losing like half the relish. All the onions are falling out. Hot dog pickle. At that point, I just dual wield the hot dog and the pickle separately. Actually, yeah, maybe that's like the better way to do it. Instead of looking at it like a hot dog and trying to eat it like a hot dog, you should just eat it like a salad or something, where you just grab a fork and you just like, you know, ooh, a piece of tomato, ooh, a little pickle, ooh, you know, like scoop out the onions. I don't know. But then like, then you would just have to like, then what do you do about the actual hot dog itself? You would have to like, but then it's like, if you're eating a hot dog with a fork and a knife, it's like, at that point, it's like, what's wrong with you, you know? Okay, another weird pet peeve of mine. Have you guys ever met people who like eat things with a fork and knife that shouldn't be eaten with a fork and knife? Like, I think I've heard some people eat pizza with a fork and a knife. Or like, I think I legit have heard some people who eat like a hot dog with a knife or something. It's like, bro, it's like, that's just not, it's just not right. Well, I've had some chili dogs that I kind of had to be eaten with a fork and a knife. Yeah, I guess that, I get like if it has so many toppings that you can't like realistically eat it with your hands, okay, like fair enough. But like even then, I feel like you're not even, you're still going against the spirit of eating a chili dog, which is like, if you're eating a chili dog, it should be messy. So it's like, the correct way to eat a chili dog for me is to just like raw dog that shit and then just scoop up the chili that falls out of your chili dog with a spoon, like you would eat like regular chili. I don't know. Maybe that's a crazy take, but I think you should raw dog that shit. Yo, Hansito, welcome in. Welcome in, bro. How's it going? Happy New Year. I assume it's been New Year's for you guys for like a couple hours now. We just hit New Year's like 20 minutes ago. Not yet. It's 30 minutes till New Year's. Damn. Coco was also late. She was like 2 hours behind. Damn. So like I thought I was late. Oh, but yeah, this is the maid outfit I made with the funny prism custom model. I got a 10,000 point channel redeem to put the maid outfit on. And I know most of my regulars have like fucking 60,000 points, like each of them. Pretty sure some of you have like 100k at least. So if you guys really if they really wanted to, they could pool like all of their points together, and then they would make me wear the maid outfit like every day for like a month. And that's why I set the price so high, because I know you guys are fucking oil barons. You have like 30k points, 300k, sorry. Sorry, let me scroll back up. My dad eats pizza with a fork only, no knife. He using the side of the fork for that. Oh, that's like even, well, I guess it's honestly, I think that's better than eating with a knife and a fork, because like eating something with a knife and a fork implies that it's like it has like the aura of being delicate or something, right? Where it's like it's like high class, but like you're eating pizza, bro. It's like pizza is not a high class dish, you know? It's like, just pick that shit up and eat it. Like, no, it's wrong. Eating a chili dog should feel like eating an animal you hunted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you get it. Yeah. You get it. Still in 2025. For us, you don't even exist anymore until our time rolls over. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. It's kind of a fucked up evil thing to say. Hans, what's the verdict on 2025? It tried, but I won. I really want to take that kind of energy to 2026. I want to take that kind of energy to 2026, bro. For real. Have like, yeah, I have like 350k. Oh my god, bro. Nuh-uh, I'm broke with 57k. I mean, that's still almost a week of, that's almost 6 days of maid outfit, because I I figure because the channel point redeem is 10K, like I feel like it would be a bit of a scam even for you guys to not wear the outfit for like the whole stream. So I mean, we're staying like this till the end. So I mean, this is what I'm saying. Some of you guys got like 30,000. That's probably like almost a whole, it's probably like half a month of maid outfit, and that's like not even accounting for you getting points back as time goes on. So it's like, honestly, if anything, I should raise the price. So yo, Macho, welcome in. Happy New Year. Already messed up. 2027 gonna be my year. Somebody, there's like multiple people have already been, multiple people have been saying this. Yeah. Mood down. I'm not ready for 2026, but we can do it. We got this, bros. Grah, grah. I didn't expect to go for the entire stream. I mean, I could add like a time limit on it, but honestly, I really like this outfit, so I'm not super opposed to it. Like, unless it gets to the point where you guys are redeeming it every stream and then people starting to think that and then people start thinking that I'm like a maid VTuber. I'm like a cat girl maid VTuber, and I'm like, well, no, it's like, well, like I am, but it's like different. It's an outfit. It's not. I'm not like, it's not like part of my lore or anything. And then like maybe at that point I might consider adding like a time limit for it. But even then, I feel like I'd probably have it for like an hour, maybe. An hour of maid outfit for 10K. Okay, anyways, continuing on with the Q&A. As if any of you guys are new here, I am currently doing a Q&A. Let me go back. Let me drop the link again in case you guys want to ask questions. I could have swore I pinned the message. But there you go. There's the link. If you want to ask some anonymous questions, go ahead. I mean, we've been going at this shit for 4.5 hours. This is probably going to be the whole stream, to be honest, with how much I've been fucking getting sidetracked. But okay, let's get to the next question. How did you choose your name? Was there another name that you were considering? Not really. So Grimpaw is actually, if you guys, most of you probably knew me before I became a VTuber. And if you guys knew me before I became a VTuber, you guys know that my current username is just a variation of my older one. So people used to call me General Grimpaw. And let me talk about the Grimpaw part. Where does that come from? So Grimpaw is actually the name of a D&D character that I ran with actually that friend I was talking about before. The one I got super hammered on that one New Year's with, and we watched MLP while getting sloshed. It was that guy. I was actually playing D&D with that guy and a bunch of his university friends. And we were playing through the Storm King's Thunder, which is it's a pre-made campaign made by Wizards of the Coast. It's the 5th edition one, if any of you guys know what that is. So like D&D has versions. Like you might hear some people talk about 5e, which is the current version of D&D. And then you'll have a lot of people talk about 3.5, which is like an older version of D&D. But anyways, you get the idea. So Grimpa in that campaign, he actually wasn't a cat at all. He was actually a gnoll, which gnolls appear in a bunch of different fantasy settings. Like if you've ever played World of Warcraft, I'm sure you know what a gnoll is. Or again, in D&D, there is also gnolls. So a gnoll is basically like a hyena man. It's kind of like, think like a minotaur, but instead of like a cow, it's like a hyena. It's like a hyena man. Yeah. It's like an anthropomorphic hyena, basically. And he was a very evil, not evil. He was a very simple-minded, like bounty hunter mercenary character where like his only real motivation for hanging out with the party was because there were riches involved. And basically the party as a whole were paying him for his services, which is like, you know, being like a strong arm, going around helping them on their adventure. Because every adventure party needs a big dumb idiot to take all the damage. I think he was a fighter. I'm pretty sure he was a fighter, not a barbarian, as much as you would expect. I remember back during the General Grimpod days, not vividly, but I know her. Yeah, so it's like, I didn't change that much. And I think that's, like, I remember shortly after I debuted, like, I got the model and I changed my Twitch username and stuff. I was hanging out in Morch's chat, and I remember I think she greeted me in chat, and then she did a double take. She was like, oh, hey, Grim. And then she like did a double take. And she was like, wait, why are you red or something? Because I think back then I think my username color was different. But obviously like the general part of my name was gone. So there was a couple cases like that. Like Sailor Rackaroo, another VTuber alongside Bat that I've been following like for a really long time. Like when I think of VTubers I've been following since the beginning, it's like Morch, Sailor Rackaroo, Etsy. No, I think it's hard to keep track of people when they rebrand, but her name now is Drive Ya Batty, which is coincidentally another Bat VTuber, but they didn't used to be like that. They used to be a cat girl VTuber. So yeah. And I remember there were some streamers that always used to call me General. Like they would always call me by General and not Grimpaw. They would always read the first time. They always read the first part. And it was interesting going from stream to stream and being like seeing like which part of my username people gravitated toward. Like with Grimpaw _ Bakineko, it makes sense that people just call me like Grim, because it's like calling me Bakineko doesn't really make sense. It's like not. It's like the Grimpaw part of the name is very obviously like the actual name part. It's like with, I mean, using Morch as an example again, like you don't go into Morch's stream and call her video games, you know what I mean? Like first time chatters are most likely to call her Bat and not at video games. You don't? I mean, as a bit, sometimes I'll call her Miss at video games. Or Miss Video Games. Like imagine, so you know how Morch likes to she likes to that she had those scenario that was it her birthday where she did that thing where she like pretended to be like a ruler. She was like the queen of like that whole thing happened with King Hark and whatever. She was like a queen. Like imagine if she was like imagine Moriko was like a queen and she had a butler and then her butler would come in to serve her dinner and she would be like and he would say something like your grapes, Miss Video Games, and he would like lift the lid and it'd be like a stack of immaculately beautiful, ripe, just picked from the vine grapes, you know? That's what I imagine. That's why whenever I hear Miss Video Games, I always think of like that kind of scenario. So yeah, it came from that D&D campaign. I don't know why. It's just that playing that character was just a lot of fun. Like just like being like a brainless Neanderthal, just going around doing things just for money and like being a bit of a gremlin was just it was just really fun. Didn't have to come up with like a super tragic backstory or anything like that. You know, he was just a guy. You know, being a gnoll, he's always had it rough because because like obviously gnolls are not gnolls being treated as some subhuman, and like most of them are known for like raiding and like stealing and like savagery and like barbarians, right? But he was like he was a cut above the rest. He somewhat uh introduced himself into society, became a bounty hunter, doing like underground deals and stuff. You know, he was like slightly more intelligent than the average gnoll. So ever since that campaign, the name Grimpaw just kind of stuck. And I remember the very first time I ever used the username Grimpaw was coincidentally enough, I've talked about this before, but there was this one H game that I met a bunch of my oomps on, and it was called Armor Blitz. And that was the first time I ever used that username. And Armor Blitz was like Azur Lane. Like imagine, you know how Azur Lane is about like, what if this battleship was an anime girl? Well, Armor Blitz was the kind of the same concept, but it was for tanks. You know, like if you ever wanted to see what the M1 Sherman looked like as an anime girl, then you know it was in there. If you've ever wanted to see what the Sturm Tiger looked like as an anime girl, well, it happened. And coincidentally, that is also where the general part of that username came from, because you know you're in like a pseudo World War II setting, you know, so all the girls would address you as general. So that's when the general parts came from, and then it just kind of stuck. I just like that was my username for like the longest time. And then, you know, once I became a VTuber, it was just like always felt like Grimpaw was already kind of like a fitting username for a cat girl, I felt. So it's like I just removed the general part and I just had to like cuz I felt like just Grimpaw is a bit plain, so I had to come up with something for like a second part of the username. So me being a Bakineko, I just, you know, underscore Bakineko just made the most sense. Maybe I could have brainstormed a bit harder or come up with something better, probably. Like, I honestly could have put a bit more thought into it and maybe thought of something a bit more clever. But honestly, including the Grimpaw part of my name was also like made sense to me because I didn't want people to like, I still wanted people to recognize me in chat, but like, because I feel like if I like completely changed my name, I would have to like explain it every single time. It's like, wait, who the hell is this guy? And then like, I've never seen your username before, but then the, you know, but it says you've been here forever. What's going on? Then I would have to like explain it every time. I was like, I'll just like keep the old name, but just alter it. So, and then the rest is history. Everyone just, I mean, even back when I was just called General, like General Grimpaw, people would mostly just call me Grim because I would tell people to just call me Grim. To this day, I tell people to just call me Grim because it's like, it's easier. It's like, it's less effort to say. There are still some streamers that go like the full mile to pronounce the whole thing. The ones that stick out to me, I know Mint does it a lot. Every time I drop into Mint's chat, she makes sure to read the entire username, which like, God bless her. Clara also does the same thing. She also reads like the whole ass username. A lot of like streamers I'm new to as well, I think will read out the whole username because they want to be polite. They don't want to like, because I feel like when maybe they feel like if you shorten someone's username, that's like something only like friends do, and like maybe they feel awkward. But it's like, nah, I just tell everyone to call me Grim because it's like the Grimpaw part. I mean, you guys already know. I've talked about this story before. Speaking of streamers pronouncing my name, I've told the story about how I've went into multiple streamers' streams and then I get the haha, you know, Grimpaw kind of sounds like grandpa, and then it's like the rest is history. Ever since I told that shit, I opened up and I told that shit to the internet, they have never let me live that shit down. Now it's a bit. Now it's basically like my bit. You know, people call me grandpa. I get mad. You know, the rest is history. I would be lying if I said that wasn't like one of the reasons why I tell people to just call me Grim. Because it's like, then there's no confusion. You know, there's no chance. There's no chance that people can slip up and accidentally say grandpa and then have that moment where it's like even recently, I had no idea that Violent Dev streamed. And I was in her stream someone recently, and I think she read out my name, and then she made the same thing happened again. She was like, you know, Grimpaw kind of sounds like grandpa. It's like, oh my god, the history just keeps repeating itself. I'm going to be living. This is going to be like my whole life, like my whole VTubing career. It's just always going to be like this. People are just gonna keep doing the same bit, you know? Which like at this point it's like whatever. It's not, at this point it's like friendly banter. It's not like, it doesn't actually bug me. It's like, it's a bit for me to get upset because like no one wants to be reminded of their impending demise. No one wants to be reminded of the passage of time and that we're all slowly dying, and that, you know, I'm going to be, you know, I finally hit my 30s, so then like things are only going to get worse from here. And it's like, but you know, it's like it's all fun. It's all fun and games. Haha. But you get the idea. You get the idea. Okay, that was, how'd you choose your name? Okay. Last but not least, this is another big one. What was the most memorable moment for you as a streamer so far? Very, very good question. Very big question. You know, I really thought hard about this before. I really thought hard about this before streaming this, before I went on stream. And honestly, for me, the moment that sticks out a lot to me was when we finished Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. On God. It's been such a long time since I've played a game that like touched me, for lack of a better word. It's just like, oh wait, what the heck? Yeah, it's just like, that's a game I played a lot as a kid, but I never actually beat. And playing through that game again as an adult with like fully developed emotions and stuff, and like having been through what I've been through, it's just like you really appreciate that game a lot more. It's, if you guys have not played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you really should. You really need to do yourself a favor and just do that shit, because that shit is incredible. It's probably one of the best games ever. Not even considering, you know, it being a Pokemon game or anything like that. Like just a good game, period. Like, I'm like, just for real. Yeah, it's just, I feel like that game has just become synonymous with this channel. Like it was such a special moment. I don't really know what else to say. It's like that moment. I'm not gonna, I don't want to spoil anything, because like, one, I think you should play it yourself, but I mean, having played it myself, I also think you could also check out the playthrough we did of it on the YouTube. Bam, you know, just in case. It's such an incredible game. It's like, I just look back at that stream so fondly. There's a couple other games I feel like have the same kind of energy as that one did. For me, like, I think back on Rocket Slime a lot. Again, it's like one of those games that just really stuck with me. It's like Rocket Slime wasn't like super like as like emotionally deep as Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was, but it was just like such a silly, fun game. And it's like, it was one of my favorite games ever. And it was like you guys have never seen it before. And it was just like you guys were really hyped about it too. And it's like, man, it's such a good, such good times. Rocket Slime, I think back a lot. I think back on a lot. Man, Bug Fables, like, I could go on and on. Bug Fables is like the first ever big game I played on stream. Went into that game completely blind. Again, like, same kind of feel. It's like such an amazing story. Such an amazing story. Sorry, I need to. You know, that was like the first, like, Bug Fable is one of the first games I ever streamed on. I never streamed on Twitch. It's like, it's had such a personal connection to me because like it's based on one of my other favorite games ever, Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. It's like, it was such a love letter to that, to like people who grew up with that game. And it's just like, it was just so good. I think Bug Fables, I like almost cried on stream. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I tried to hide as best I could, but I like straight up did break down on Mystery Dungeon. Like, like the ending was so incredibly good for Mystery Dungeon. It's like I can't praise that game enough. It's so good. You need, like, just go play it yourself, or go watch our playthrough of it. If you wanna, I mean, you should do both. I think you should do both. I think you should play it yourself, and then, you know, second time through watching me play, I think you get a different appreciation for it. But yeah, definitely Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's like that game like hit so incredibly close to home. It's like, most people, so in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, you have like your character, which is like the silent protagonist, right? And then you have your partner, which is kind of like the voice of the story because your character can't talk. You know, kind of like in Dragon Quest, right? Where it's like the voiceless protagonist's thoughts are kind of voiced through the secondary characters. So a lot of people near the end of the story, they visualize themselves, or they like feel a connection with like the player character. But honestly, I honestly felt more of a connection with the partner, like with like near the getting to the end of the story, again without spoiling anything. Yeah, it's just like, it just hit crazy close to home, and it was like, and like Morch said it herself, it's like the closest I think I've ever gotten to like a spiritual experience with a video game. There's been a couple like those really gripping stories, right? But like, I struggled to think of one that hit as close as Mystery Dungeon. Oh, what else? I think those are the big three. Like I could go on and on naming a bunch of games that I've just have really stuck with me. But I think those are the big three. Number 1 at the top, Mystery Dungeon. Number 2, probably Bug Fables. And then number 3, Rocket Slime. Those are like, if someone were to ask me like the essence of this channel, I would like, if they were to ask like a totally new person coming in, never watched any of my content before, just be like, what game should I watch, like, or what playthrough should I watch of yours, I'd probably recommend those 3. I think those 3 games is when I think those 3 games show, those are like the heartbeat of this channel, I think. But anyways, I think I waffled on enough about that. I think you get the picture. I could go on for hours, but like, you get the idea. That was the last question I had in the folder, but let me refresh the marshmallow and see if there's any new ones. Oh, it looks like we do have some new ones. Okay, let me put these in the folder. Bam. Oh, we got some good ones. We got some good ones in here. Some really deep, thought-provoking questions. Oh, I also really have to. What time is it? We're almost at the 5-hour mark. I'll wait for the ad break before I go take a piss, but I have to piss, so but we'll give it a couple more minutes. Okay, let me open that up. Shit, where is it? Where did I leave off? Okay, let's get this one out of let's get this one out of the way. Upside down question mark. Any plans on becoming Mexican? Smiley face. You can just do that? You can just become Mexican like whenever you feel like it? How the fuck you do that? But no, I honestly haven't had any thoughts. I didn't even know that was possible. But I mean, shit, I'd give that shit a try. I'd give that shit a spin. Hit me with the Mexicanizing beam. I don't know what to. I mean, shit, sure. Then I can start talking in a second language, and like people will think I'm so cool. The people will think I'm so sexy and stuff, and like people. I'll be able to like woo women by where they come up to me and they're like, "Can you say this in Spanish?" And I'll be like, I'll say it in like stereotypical, really fancy or really sexy Spanish accent, and I'll just get mad bitches, and then I'll go to Mexico where all the Latinas are, and I'll be living my best life. So like, hell yeah, hit me with that hit me with that shit. I'll give it a try, sure. I had no idea you could just do that. I had no idea you could just decide to be Mexican, but I mean shit, it's 2026, anything's possible. Who knows what the next year will bring? Okay, we saw that one. Okay. What game would you revisit and stream in the future? This is a very broad question. Do you mean like revisiting a game I've already played, or do you mean just or do they mean like revisiting like a game I've played in my past and streaming it? Because that I've been doing, I feel like that's been most of my streaming career. I think that's where I get most of my streaming ideas. Is I'll be like sitting here brainstorming ideas, and then I'll be scrolling online, and something will remind me of like this old game I used to play. Like that's what happened somewhat recently with Capsule Monster Coliseum. I don't know I don't know what reminded me of it, but maybe it was on YouTube and I saw someone mention the game or something, and I was like, oh shit, I used to play this game all the time. And then I was like, then I get that desire. I'm like, I gotta play this on stream. I miss playing that game. So I guess I'm gonna answer like both sides of the question, but like yeah, honestly, the most fun I have on stream, like the streams that stick out to me a lot are the ones where I revisit a game that I used to play a whole bunch as a kid, and like I get to share that with you guys. So like again, that was my main reasoning for playing Capsule Monsters. It was my main reasoning for playing Luigi's Mansion. It was my main reasoning for playing, you know, Phoenix Wright, Dragon Quest, like the list goes on. Like so many games I loved playing to death as a kid. Games I know super well. And games that like really get me passionate about playing games. Like just like they get me excited. They make me that's me in my element is playing games like that. Revisiting old games, you know, Duel Masters for the PS2, you know, like obscure ass weird games you guys have probably never heard of. That's the kind of shit I love playing on stream. So to answer that side of the question, what game would you revisit and stream in the future? Like, I could name thousands. There's like hundreds of games that I used to play a bunch that I would love to show you guys. Like, right now we're playing Warcraft 3. Game I used to play a bunch, which again sent me down like the RTS rabbit hole and got me thinking like, man, I would really like, it's been a really long time since I played StarCraft 2, and I could play through all of the StarCraft 2 campaigns because they're all super good. So like that's a thought I have sometimes. So yeah, really the list is endless. But to answer the other side of the question and what I think you're talking about is if you're asking like, what game have I played before on stream that I think I might revisit soon? Well, actually, speaking of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, I actually never did the side story stuff. So what we did somewhat recently, I actually booted Mystery Dungeon back up. And we did the Bidoof side story, and we did the Jigglypuff one. We did the Jigglypuff side story, and we did the Bidoof one. And so and they were so good. They were so good, especially the Bidoof one. The Bidoof one was so good. So that's definitely on the list. Games that I tend to revisit a lot, like every once in a while. You guys know I'm a huge fan of Paper Mario Randomizer and the DK Randomizer, so those are always on the list for like when I can't think of something and I just got the itch to play a randomizer. You know, those games are always up. Those games are always on the table. We used to play Genshin like way back, and recently I started, you guys know I started streaming Genshin again, which, by the way, for those waiting for us to play way back like 2 weeks ago, you know what I mean? Like, I used to play Genshin before like you were even in here, for example. Like early on in my streaming career, I remember I played Genshin on stream. But recently I picked it back up and we started doing Inazuma stuff again. So yeah. What's another game I've thought about revisiting? I'd really like to go back and replay Mega Serval. It's that Mega Man like. It's basically a Mega Man game with like a Kimono Friends skin. You guys know I'm a huge Kimono Friends fan. I've always wanted to learn to speedrun that game because it's such I really like that game. But that goes for any game also. Like I did have a bit of like a speedrunner phase, especially when I started streaming. I think my most proud achievement when it comes to speedrunning is my blitz settings for Paper Mario Randomizer. I think it was like a little over 2 hours, which I was really impressed about personally. So like honestly, any game I've played before that I would be interested in speedrunning is again also on the table. Huge speed. I'm not a competitive speedrunner. I'm not good at it. I just think speedrunning is fun. I just think doing things fast and, you know, improving those times I think is a lot of fun. We recently played Moemon Star Emerald. Pokemon games have like infinite replay, have so much replayability. That was such a good hack. And I feel like I would be so down to play that game all over again. It's like, Look Outside recently got a big update. So like, now would be another great time to start up a new Look Outside playthrough. Like, really, the list goes on. The list goes on and on. I told you guys I was going to play through all of the Kingdom Hearts games. Well, I mean, not all. That's a bit of a stretch, but I mean, like, I told you guys I was for sure going to play the original Kingdom Hearts, and I was definitely going to play Kingdom Hearts 2. So that, again, always on the table. I've been thinking about picking up Kingdom Hearts 1, so, you know, keep on the lookout for that. Monster Hunter Rise. You know, we always hop onto Rise every once in a while. So that's always on the table. So like you get the idea. I'm always on the lookout for new things to try, and honestly, some weeks it's kind of hard to think of something like brand spanking new to play on stream. But that's what all of these games I just mentioned, it's, you know, they're great material to just slot into the schedule when I can't think of something, because I think I have come to realize that I do like revisiting things that I know well, because like I feel like that's what gives me the most confidence for streaming. I feel my most confident when I'm playing something I'm comfortable with and like I have lots to talk about, whereas like starting a new game is a bit more scary in a way, right? Because like, you know, is this going to be the kind of game that's good for a stream? Is there going to be a lot to talk about? Is there like a lot of downtime? You know, I've gotten a bit better with that whole mentality, because like I think I'm past that point where I'm like, do I want to play this game because it's like it's not really a stream game? It's like, but I think I'm past that point. Honestly, in my honest opinion, I think, while I definitely think it's true, some games are just not super great for stream. Like, they definitely don't help, you know, like they're not. But I mean, this is VTubing, this is streaming, right? Like, at the end of the day, you should just stream what you want. And if you're having fun, I think that's what's most important. Sure, maybe there might be a bit of downtime, and maybe there might be a bit of like radio silence here and there, especially if you're a smaller channel like I am. But like, I think playing games that you're having fun playing is way more important than shit like, this is like an anti-stream game, or like, you know, this isn't a stream friendly game. Like, I don't like that mindset personally. So I think people should just play whatever the heck they want, and that's, small, but take that with a small grain of salt, small male streamer here. What the hell do I know? Okay. That's that question done. I really have to piss. I'm gonna be right back. Just like a couple seconds. Okay, we're back. Male grr. Hate male streamers. They're so gross. They're always like sex pesting and going on Twitter and being like, being a male streamer is so hard. I hate those female streamers. They always get free, easy views, and they could just stream whatever game they want, and like people just come and watch them. I got this female model, and it doesn't even matter because people come in, they realize that I'm male, and they're like, ew, gross. I only want to watch women. Oh shit! I closed the marshmallow thing. Okay, there. Let me find the question. Happy New Year. Is it this one? Okay, next question. What is your favorite game from this year? I assume this is like my favorite game that came out this year. Or maybe this is what's your favorite game you played this year? Again, I feel like I feel like this is a question I could take two ways. Okay, I'll answer the easy one first. What is my favorite game that I've played this year? It just so happens I have I mean, you guys, I accidentally spoiled it earlier, but I did prepare a tier list. I was going to go through every single game I've played this year and like give you my thoughts on like how it went. But we definitely don't have time for that now. Considering it's already like 1:30 almost. But looking back, I think my favorite game that I've played this year, it's really hard. I think I really had fun going back and revisiting Dragon Quest VIII. Again, one of my favorite games ever. Classic JRPG. Game I used to play a whole bunch growing up. It's just like so many lovable characters. It's just like that. Again, that's like a game that's like my essence. It's like there's so much me in that game. I don't know how else to describe it. Again, another great game that you should watch on the YouTube because we have a full playthrough of it. It's great second monitor content if you ever want to see a Kino JRPG. It's so good. Not like, and I'm not talking about Expedition 33. That shit is dog water compared to Dragon Quest VIII. It doesn't even come close, bro. If this were a Uma Musume race and Expedition 33 was a horse and Dragon Quest VIII was a horse, Dragon Quest VIII would win every time. It's such a good, charming, just like well put together. It's like such a charming JRPG. It's so good. It's one of the best. It's one of the best in my opinion. It's such an incredible game. Some runners up though, some ones that made it pretty close. I really enjoyed our playthrough of Banjo-Tooie. Banjo-Tooie was very good. Again, just another game that used to play to death. I am of the personal opinion that Tooie is better than Kazooie, but that's a bit of like I realize that it's a bit of that opinion is a bit biased. We owned Banjo-Tooie, but we only ended up borrowing / renting Banjo-Kazooie like a couple times. So it's like definitely a little bit of bias, but honestly, having played through it again recently, I think I can. Actually, I've played both Kazooie and Tooie on stream, so I think I can confidently say that I think I do appreciate Tooie a bit more than Kazooie. I think personally it's the better game, but again, that's like a debate for the ages, you know. People that is a highly debated game. That's a heated debate. Can you give a spoiler? How high is Horse Girl? I haven't made the tier list yet. The whole thing with this is that I was going to like walk it through. I was gonna walk through it with you guys.
You are my best friend.
Oh, yo, Asa, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the gift sub to Plushbirds. Happy New Year, Chibi. How's it going? How's the new year for you? How's your 2026 so far? Give us the details. I'm really looking forward to watching you play more Hollow Knight. The new model's super cute. I'm super jealous. It's been interesting so far. Interesting ride back. Staying up with Miyu for a bit. And I'm so excited. That's awesome. I can't wait to see you play more. For those out of the loop, Asa recently got she's playing Hollow Knight for the first time. As you guys know, I'm a huge Hollow Knight fan. We somewhat recently speed ran Hollow Knight. We did an any percent speed run. That's how much I like Hollow Knight. And Asa recently got a Hollow Knight themed model. She's the Asa Knight, and it's super cute. It's really cool model. Chibi, it's like 2 a.m. for you. Yeah, shouldn't you be in bed? What's going on? I mean, to be honest, I should also be in bed, but it's New Year's. You know, I want to get through all these questions. Which, by the way, Marshmallow is still open. If you guys want to add more questions, you guys can add how many you want. Although, of course, you know, I do have to go to bed at some point, but you know, we can go a little bit longer. It's New Year's. You know, it's a special occasion. You guys can feel free to ask questions in chat also if that's a bit more convenient for you. But yeah, we're doing a bit of a Q&A. Chibi ran Corgi over. Oh no. Anyways. What's the context with that one? What happened? He probably deserved it. Are there any Canada New Year's traditions? Not really. We basically do the same thing that you guys do. It's just like we get together, we, you know, drink, we maybe throw the ball drop thing on the television, and that's about it. Not really, not any special New Year's traditions really. I did talk about earlier about how me and my old friend group used to have a bit of a New Year's tradition where it was kind of the same thing. We got together and we drank, but instead of watching the ball drop, we watched My Little Pony on. That was about it. I went through the whole thing before where I talked about how like I got into MLP. I showed those plushies. I showed my plushie collection, the ones where that made Tenchi call me a Redditor. Those ones. I showed my plushie collection. She ran something over that destroyed the person in front of her's tire. My guess it was Corey. And a brony. So brony's not necessarily an insult unless you use it in like a derogatory way, I guess. Like I feel like the time of the brony is kind of over. It's like, don't get me wrong, there definitely still are bronies, and I'm sure there's the MLP fandom is still thriving, but it's like me personally, I don't really I mean, I guess I still consider myself one. Like I still like the show. I still think it's a good show and everything, but I haven't watched it in a super long time. I'm super out of the loop. I haven't interacted with any of like other bronies in a long time, whereas like when I was in high school, I had like a friend group for it, and like we had other friends who were bronies. But since I like cut ties with that friend group, it's, I don't know, I guess there's not really any motivation to like consume more brony content. Although I did gauge interest on a MLP watch along, because I do think it's a good show. So if you guys want to I'll plug the Discord. I'm always looking for new ideas for watch-alongs, and I mean, I would be down to rewatch at least the first season of MLP in the Discord. Her calling you a Redder may have been a step too far. I keep saying this, but honestly, that's probably like the worst thing I've ever been called. Like, I've been called like bad words and like slurs, everything, but honestly, I think being called a Redditor is like way worse. I don't think it gets much worse than that. Like being called old is like up there, but I think a Redditor is like way worse. It's like one of the worst things you could ever call someone, I feel. It's pretty bad. So I've never truly forgiven her for that, but you know, being the bigger person, literally, because she's small, I choose to set aside I look past such things, and I choose to accept her anyways, because even though she said something so unforgivable. And that's not even talking about the recent drama that happened at GrimCon with how she felt like gremlins should be put into milk crates and shipped off like animals or something, is like, I don't know. She's like, there's only so, like, at which point do I have to stop and like really ask myself, like, you know, that might have been the final straw. I don't know. She has a point with that one. What do you mean? Are you also on her? I mean, you would be. You totally would be on her side. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? People always side with Tenchi because I am aware I am alone on this on my stance, but who else is going to speak for the gremlins? If not, somebody has to speak for the gremlins, and if it has to be me, then so be it, you know? So be it. I will stand in solidarity. Creating safe spaces, aka trash dumpsters for all gremlins, so that they can have a space to thrive and not be slavered by the cruel individuals, not be oppressed. You know, Gremdad gets a gay husband now, so it's not all bad for them. Gremdad's a bit of an odd character. That's definitely like Gremdad is not the norm for gremlins. I think that's a very broad statement. We can't make generalizations when it comes to gremlins, you know? I feel like that's a bit messed up. But, you know, again, you know, Tenchi, I still choose to look past, you know, your stance on Grem rights, and I choose to still call you a friend, even though even though I've heard your stance on Grem rights, and even though you called me a Redditor that one time with feeling, with your whole heart. This is a joke, by the way. I don't want Tenchi to look at this and be like, I don't want you guys to send this to Tenchi and be like, oh, Grim doesn't like, and she's gonna think I don't like her or something. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's just it's banter. I know it's all for fun. Don't worry. I honestly, but I am just now hearing about the Grimdad the gay husband thing. That's like new lore to me. Like I thought I was pretty up to date when it came to Grimdad lore, but apparently I'm a fake fan. Actually, no. I just to be clear, I am not a fan of Grimdad. I mean, look at me. Do you really think I've ever had a strong father figure in my life? Like, real question. I am not a fan of Grimdad, okay? It was a reward for Grim Year's Eve. Oh, okay. So this is like, so it is like new lore. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Don't make us answer that while you're in the maid outfit. But that's my point. Like the maid outfit just like accentuates it just, if it wasn't clear enough, you know? It's hand in hand. VTubers with lack of a father figure, like it's not rocket science. You don't gotta be a brain surgeon to figure that one out. Okay, let's keep the questions rolling. I think I got a couple more. What is your favorite candy? Okay, so you guys might know that I'm a huge fan of sweets. Like call me Mesuro McQueen, how I be going crazy mode on whenever there are sweets in my vicinity. This is honestly like a really hard question for me, but I'm glad that you limit it to just candy, because that's a bit easier. It's a bit less broad. Like if you ask me like my favorite baked goods, like I'd probably be answering that question for forever probably. This is a really hard question though. You know what? It's probably a little bit of biased because I just had them because Mama Grimm bought them for me for Christmas. But I really like those fancy Lindor chocolates. The ones that have the... Let me see if I can find an image. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I think it is. Yeah, it's that one. I'll show you exactly what I got for Christmas. Oh, I think WebPs work in VTube Studio. I'm pretty sure. Let me show you an image. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Yeah. I had these recently. Like my mom bought them for me for Christmas. They were very good. They're one of those candies that you can't eat a lot of, at least for me personally, because they're very rich, right? Like it's very like they got that like really rich milk chocolate. They were really good. Although I honestly I've been trying to like I often have to reel myself in and like constrain myself whenever I go to the store because I feel like I'm the kind of person where if you buy me sweets or if you buy me like a baked good or something, they don't last like a week in my house because I'll be like, you know, I'm just gonna have like one. I'm just gonna have one, just like a little treat, you know. And I just have those times where I just go fucking crazy mode and I just eat the whole damn thing. And would you believe what happened when I got these? Again, I don't think they even lasted a week. I don't even think they lasted like 3 days. It's just like I got no self-control when it comes to sweets. It's just, you know, many such cases. It just keeps happening. There's another candy that's like also fairly popular. I think it's Ferrero Rocher. It's the ones that have like the truffle inside. Like it's like they're really, yeah, these are really good. I'm trying to think of like some other candies I really like. Like if we're just talking like, you know, standard Halloween candy, I really like. Okay, Grim just has expensive candy palette. I mean, like, again, it's a little bit biased because I had these like very recently, so it's. But I'll give like, if you. But as I was about to say, let's go down a level. Let's go to like basic like Halloween candy, like the kind of candy that you get at Halloween, like, you know, like Kit Kats, Reese's Pieces, Skittles, what's the coffee one called? I really like that one too. But you know the one I'm talking about, the coffee flavored, it's super common coffee flavored candy. I like those. Those are good. Coffee Crisp, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. I really like Coffee Crisp. Yeah, I feel like my like basic candy taste is like pretty basic. Like I like Kit Kats, I like Coffee Crisps, and I like Reese's Pieces. Those are like, but like those are like everyone's favorites, you know? It's like, but if I were to like buy candy for myself, I mean, it's always a good idea to go buy candy after Halloween, like get those big boxes of candy, you know? After you've cleared out, after everything's on sale and you get those big like bargain boxes of candy, those are good. How did I know that and you didn't? It's exclusively a Canadian candy. I don't know. I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. I don't know. Brain's not working. So, I don't know, maybe I honestly don't think I have like a fancy palate or anything like that. Honestly, like I'll eat anything. I'm not super picky when it comes to candy. It's just like there are certain ones I'm like not a big fan of, like what's it? Oh, you know what's another really good one? I really like the cookies and cream. I know Hershey's is like a really low quality chocolate, and it's like people say it's not like real chocolate, and like I understand. But personally, I really like I think the cookies and cream Hershey's bars are also like crazy. They go fucking crazy. But like regular Hershey's chocolate, yeah, it's like it's kind of whatever. I wouldn't like go looking for it. It's cool. It's funny you mentioned dark chocolate though, Chibi, because I am also a pretty I enjoy dark chocolate. I know it's a bit of an acquired taste, but I also like dark chocolate. As you can see, I'm not like super picky when it comes to candy. I think like the only shit that I avoid is like the really cheap, like low quality stuff like cinnamon hearts or I don't know, those like chalk candies. Those are like awful. Candy corn. I can't even think of the last time I had candy corn. I honestly don't even know if it's that good. I feel like I never see candy corn anymore. It's like I feel like it's out of style or something. I never see candy corn. Those old lady strawberry candies are the best? Nah, that's crazy. What's your opinion on Werther's Originals? What do you think about that? Now that is like prime old person candy. Like the first 5 candy corns are amazing, then it quickly goes downhill. Yeah, because they're like super sweet, right? They're like super sweet. It's basically just like that's another thing. I feel like there has to be a bit of a balance of sweetness. If something is like super duper sweet and there's like nothing to offset it, it's like it's too much. Like this happens a lot with birthday cakes where like they lay the icing on like super thick. There's like way too much icing, and then the icing is like way too sweet, and then like you can hardly taste the actual cake because like the icing is too strong. That's why that one time, so I used to have a friend that was really good at baking. And she asked me one time, like what kind of cake they would want for my birthday, and I told them I don't like super sweet icing. I think I'm more of a fan of like the savory stuff. So I think it was cream cheese icing. Is like really good. That shit goes crazy. That shit is really good. She made me some like cupcakes with cream cheese icing. It was really good. But yeah, these candies are kind of like that too. Like but it's not because they're bad. It's because it's like it's so rich. I feel like if you eat too many of these things, you get a stomach ache. It's a quick way to get a stomach ache. But yeah, I think you get the idea. Yes, if I were to buy myself candy, I think if you want something nice, then you should pay for the nicer stuff. You know? It's a bit expensive, but I think you have to go either way. Like you either go like bottom of the barrel and you get like the cheap stuff, like you go like, you know, Kit Kats, Reese's, that kind of thing. Though to be honest, even those nowadays aren't that cheap. At least here anyways. Or you go like high end and you get yourself something like, you know, Lindor, or you get like a Ferrero Rocher. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned Ferrero. Oh yeah, those were the ones I was talking about. Yeah, the ones that have like the wafer inside. Those are also really good. Those are also very good. I would definitely destroy a box of those easy peasy. Wouldn't even think about it. Actually, it's frosting, not icing. Isn't it like the same thing? Wait, don't like, you sound like Tenchi. I feel like that sounds like something Tenchi would say. She would like actually when it comes to like baking stuff, you know? But like at least she would have the authority to, but she would have, but she has the authority to say stuff like that. I mean, she knows so much. Also, by the way, so we're done with this question. There is one question that really stuck with me. Where is it? Was it this one? It was this question. And I saw this and I was like, so we talked about baking earlier, and I was talking, and then I talked about like how I'm like kind of scared to get into baking because baking seems more like a science rather than like a, it's not like, as somebody who likes to cook, it feels like baking's a bit more of like measuring's more important, where it's like the fun thing for cake, for cooking for me is that it's more like free form. It's like it's really hard to mess up cooking, I feel like. It's more like, you know, whatever. Like if you mess up a recipe, it's like it's not the end of the world. It's still going to be edible. It's just going to be like a bit, maybe like not quite where you want it, you know? Whereas if you mess up like if you get the ratios wrong for baking, you could end up with something like inedible, you know? So it's a bit intimidating, but like I did say I would be so down to like learn like simple recipes, like baking recipes. Cause baking kind of scratches the same itch that cooking does. Like I really like cooking. I like cooking for people. I like cooking for other people. So baking would like, being able to bake would be really cool. So, but anyways, the whole reason I brought this question back up is because I'm like, who do you think asked this question? What a strange anonymous question. Where did this come from? Whatever you say, Tenchi's alt account. Let me have a look. I think there's more. Let me check the marshmallow again, just in case there's been some new ones. So obviously we're not going to be able to get to the funny tier list I set up, but we'll talk about it in a second. Let me just check the marshmallow again. Oh, looks like we do have a new one. Oh, I think I missed this one. This is a really good question too. Oh, that's right. That's why I saved it in the wrong spot. That's why. Marshmallow. I think that's it. Yeah. Let me find the folder again. Ah, okay. This is a great question. This is a great question. This is a cool one. It was my question. Wait, with this one? It's anonymous, Coco. You're not supposed to say, but I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Oh, you mean the bread question? Wait, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you saying it wasn't Tenchi? Whatever you say, Tenchi's alt account, otherwise known as Cocoa. But this is a cool question. Have you ever done a convention meet and greet? If not, would you ever? I think I absolutely would. Although, let's be honest, I am not, like, I've only been streaming for 2 years, and you know, my reach is pretty small. Like I'm a pretty small VTuber. I don't think I would ever have the opportunity to do something like this like anytime soon. But you know, thinking optimistically, of course, I would definitely be down to do something like this. Although from all the horror stories I've heard from like VTubers at conventions, I would definitely be a little bit cautious. But I would definitely be down to try it at least once. It's just, you know, as a VTuber and like our identities being very important, like not to like us not wanting to dox ourselves and being safe. It would definitely be scary, I think, at first. Like I think I would definitely be nervous at the idea, but I also think it would be really cool, and I would be definitely down to try it. I think it's very nice that you assume that I would have done something like that already, but yeah, I'm still pretty new to this whole VTubing thing, to be honest. I mean, we're pretty much just over the 2-year mark, which I'm not saying isn't an accomplishment. I mean, definitely, you know, the whole meme about VTubers having shorter lifespans than hamsters is definitely like it is a joke, but like it is somewhat rooted in reality. Have you ever been to cons and went to anyone else's meet and greet? I have been to cons, but I've never been well, actually that's not true. I've been to cons. I've only ever been to one that's like a big con. And I think I went to, there was one con I went to where I think you got to meet the Green Ranger from the original Power Rangers movie, which I think that was pretty cool. So this one was more of like a comic book oriented Comic Con. So it didn't have like a lot of like, it had anime stuff, of course, but it was like mostly actors from like TV shows and like that kind of thing, like movies. I think there were a couple like voice actors who did cartoons and stuff there. That was also pretty cool. But no, I've never been to a con that's had like a VTuber. I've been to cons that have had VTubers, but they're a bit like... Actually, no, I don't think I have. I don't think I've never been to like, I've never gone and met like a Holo live streamer, or I've never been to a con that's had like, you know, Iron Mouse or something like that. It's mostly, and I think it's mostly just because I'm in Canada, so most of those cons happen in like the US, and you know, me being a bit of a homebody, I honestly haven't traveled that much, though I would like to. I think it would be cool. I would definitely love to experience new things and do some cons and stuff. But honestly, the furthest I've traveled, I've only traveled in Canada. I've seriously never left the country like once. I think maybe I might have taken a ferry across to the US for like a short trip, but that's about it. I've never been and done any like big sightseeing in America or anything like that. Of course, I have a big dream to eventually go to Japan, but like, who doesn't have that dream? I talked about before how I think it would be really cool. Remember, I was watching this one video on YouTube. You know how like there's it's those videos where where like a Japanese local takes you to like these really cool spots in Japan, and you can be like, wow, I really want to go to Japan someday. Those like touristy videos. There was one I saw that I thought was really cool. It was a restaurant. It was a seafood restaurant, and inside it was kind of like a mix of a zoo and a restaurant. So you had all these like pools that had a bunch of different fish inside them, and beside the pools you have these little fishing rods with bait on them. And it was really cool because customers could catch the fish, and then when you caught whatever you caught, the like someone from the kitchen would come out and like take the fish for you, and they would cook it, and you would like tell them what you wanted and like how you wanted the fish prepared. My mom is very outdoorsy. She loves to fish. She's like the total opposite of what I am. She loves to go outside. She likes hiking. She likes camping. She loves to fish. She's very outdoorsy. So I know like something like that, she would think it would be like the coolest thing ever for her. So that's definitely a bucket list thing, is I'd want to take my mom to like one of those things, because I think it would be really cool. Yeah, conventions are a lot of fun. I won't lie. I definitely do get a little bit of FOMO when I hear VTubers going to like to all those big cons and like doing meet and greets and stuff and like meeting each other. I think it would be really cool. I'd love to do that someday. I'd really have to I'd have to get my pass. I'd have to get a passport though. I'm telling you, I've never once left Canada. Is it because it's both because, you know, like traveling is expensive, but it's also because like I am just like a bit of a homebody, and it's like new things scary, but honestly life is all about trying new things, and I think I would have a blast. Like, I've always had fun traveling. Every place I have traveled, like I think the like one time the most memorable trip for me was when me and that old friend group that I'm no longer hanging out with, we went to Toronto to see Baby Metal and Death Clock. It was so cool. It was such a good concert. And like, yeah, it was like exhausting because it was like a mosh pit, so like there was nowhere to sit. So you just had to like stand there for hours, but like, man, it was so cool. Like you really just can't beat that like live music experience. It's like those are like two bands I really like, especially Death Clock. I've always been such a huge Death Clock fan, and I still have a t-shirt commemorating that. I still have a t-shirt from that show. Like whenever I think about we've also, that same group, we went multiple times just to Toronto just to like go to stores and stuff, because me and my friends growing up in such a small town, we don't really have lots of cool stuff like the big cities have. Like I was talking about before, that's where I got most of my anime figures, is when we took these trips to Toronto and we went to Chinatown, and we got and which actually has like anime stores and stuff. And it's just so cool, even though it's like very expensive and like I spent way too much money. It's like, it is like a lot of fun. It's just so cool to experience new things, you know. It's something you never forget, especially when you're like a sheltered cave dwelling troglodyte like I am, who never leaves his house. It's really an unforgettable experience. It's a lot of fun. So again, super long-winded answer to your question to say that yes, I would love to if I ever make it like somewhat big, you know, and become like a VTuber of decent notoriety, and I get the opportunity to do a meet and greet, yeah, absolutely, I would love to. I think that'd be awesome. Be able to meet some of you guys. And vice versa, it would be really cool. I would love to go to like a meet and greet for a VTuber I really like. Like I know Morch has done meet and greets and stuff with Grape and all them. All like the bigger VTubers and stuff like that, like Iron Mouse, and like, I mean, I would love to attend like a Hollow concert. That would be awesome. I know there was one in the US like a while back. Like that'd be really cool. I was really like, I don't give a shit about baseball, but I was super jealous when I saw when people were doing when the Hollow Dodgers thing was happening. Like that just looks so cool. That like nothing like that is ever gonna happen anytime soon. Like that's like I wouldn't say once in a lifetime, but it's definitely like, I don't see there being a baseball collab with Hololive for a while anyways. And that's why that's why I'll always hold a grudge against George, because he openly admitted that he went to the Hollow Dodgers game just to fucking scalp the merch. Which, such behavior absolutely sickens me, because like as far as I know, bro he's not even that big of a Hololive fan. He just wanted to go and like snag the merch and like brag on social media. Grr. That's gross. I hate scalpers. In LA or something. Yeah, I think it was in the US. That's why it hurt my feel. That's why I was so upset, because it's like, I'm stuck in Canada. It fucking sucks. Everything, all the cool stuff happens in the US. But anyways. Okay, I think we have one more question. And then, oh my god, we're past the 6-hour mark. Okay, this is a good one. What is a game series that you really want to get into, but you haven't been able to yet? There's a couple that come to mind. I've seen a lot of people play Yakuza someone recently. Yakuza is like super popular, and it's in a weird spot for me, because it's like, on one hand, I want to watch people play Yakuza because it seems like a really cool game, but it's also like, it's a very story driven series, And I feel like if I watch someone play Yakuza, it like spoils it for me. And as a streamer, it also puts me in like a weird spot because like if I play one Yakuza game, then it's like I'm gonna feel like I want to play like all the Yakuza games, and there's like fucking 10, there's like at least 10 Yakuza games or something. It's just like it's daunting for many reasons. It's like I know I know it's a game I would really like. It's a series I would really like, but it's such a big series. And as a streamer, every time I play something off stream, I have the battle with myself where I'm like, "Oh, why don't I just stream this? I should be streaming this right now." But then it's the realization is that you can't stream every game. It's just like, especially for people like me, where like most of the games that I want to stream and share with you guys are like semi-lengthy story rich games, right? So maybe I do just have to accept defeat and I should just start playing those kinds of games off stream. No, like, to be fair, I think Yakuza is a good example of like a series that might be better for me personally as a streamer to just play off stream, you know? People love the Yakuza games. They seem really good. Like they're very humorous. Like the humor is good. They're very funny. But it's like it's also like it's got really good story and like the combat seems fun. Yeah, it might be a qualifier for a game for a series I should just play off stream, to be honest. Yeah, maybe it's true. Maybe I should just play off stream. So yeah, Yakuza is a big one, but again, because of like the streamer dilemma that I was talking about, it's a bit of a problem. It's just the duality of being a streamer. You have to always question yourself and be like, bro, why don't I just play this on stream? Like, what am I doing? I should be streaming this right now. But you can't stream everything. The real is once you realize that it's okay to play some things off stream you just have to accept defeat. What are some other series that I've been really wanting to get into but just haven't? I was talking about this someone recently, but you guys know I've always been like deep. I am a little bit of a competitive gamer, and one particular type of game that I've always wanted to get good at since I was a kid, because these kinds of games have always been prevalent growing up. They've always been popular, especially with me and my friend group, and that's fighting games. I've always been fascinated with fighting games. You know, it's always been like, you know, because like people play fighting games for money, and it's like, not that I am saying I would want to be one of those people, but it's like, it really is fascinating to like watch people of such high level like perform up on stage. It's kind of like a show. I guess it kind of is like a showbiz thing a little bit. Like, I'm not saying I would want to be like Evo level, but me and my friends have always played fighting games growing up. Like it started with Super Smash Brothers. That's where like all started, like the original Super Smash Brothers. And then Melee came out, and that's when like shit really got started. That's when like a whole bunch of fighting games came out. Like you had like Tekken, you had Soul Calibur 2, you had Smash Bros. Melee, Mortal Kombat, like so many popular, like really fun games. I used to play a bunch as a kid. So I feel like it's only natural for me to, especially now as an adult, I've kind of come to realize that I kind of like min-maxing in games. Like I like pouring lots of energy into games to get to like a decent level at them. Or like with recently, we're playing Warcraft 3. We're playing through the campaign, and one of my goals when I did my re-debut way back, and I made like a bunch of like silly VTuber goals. One of those goals was to get gold rank in an RTS, and I've already decided that the RTS I would want to get good at is Warcraft 3. Yeah, so I guess I've always been fascinated, like comp games that are played competitive have always been prevalent in my life, and I think that's why there's always like a little bit of me that wants to like get the most out of every game I play and get like to a decent level at everything. Like again, using Heroes 3 is another example where it's like I had no idea that game even had a comp scene, but it's like it's one of my favorite games, so I think that would be really cool to get good at as well. It's like, so yeah, fighting games is definitely up there for me, and I guess RTS, because I've never truly left RTS as a genre, but like the mental part of comp has always been the hard, like being someone who's mentally disabled is the mental part is the hardest part. But you know, with just like with anything, you know, it's like you got to train it. You got to train your brain, you got to train your muscle memory. It's all about practice, and I think that's why, you know, these games are played at I think that's why these games are played as a sport, because it's so mentally draining, it's like physically draining, it's like there's so much going on when it comes to both RTS and fighting games. They're like two different beasts. They both require different skill sets. I think that's why some people like find their niche in one or the other. Like some people, like most people who are RTS players usually stay within RTS, and you know, same for fighting games. Yeah, so those two really stick out to me. Those ones really, off the top of my head, those ones really stick out to me. Is there a game series you thought you'd enjoy but just didn't? You know what? I think no other series exemplifies that more for me than Dark Souls, actually. Since we're talking, I mean, it always comes back to Dark Souls. But yeah, I tried my hand at Dark Souls like way back. I actually own the Prepare to Die edition on Steam, which is a version of Dark Souls that you cannot buy anymore. I think I can only assume it's because they want to sell more copies of the remaster. But I do own Dark Souls 1, and I have put a couple hours. Is that just Dark Souls or Souls games in general? I think it's particularly Dark Souls. Now, mind you, I'm trying to think of like Let me quickly look up my Steam and see if I own any like Souls like games besides Dark Souls. We type Souls like. Yeah, we can't talk about you can never talk about Dark Souls without talking about like the Dark Souls adjacent games like, you know, Sekiro or like truth be told, I think the only Souls-like game I've played on stream is Code Vein, which I think most Dark Souls players would tell you that that's like doesn't really count. Like it plays and feels like Dark Souls, but it's like it's basically like baby goo goo baby Dark Souls. Like it's not like I feel like if I was able to beat it as somebody who got filtered by Dark Souls, I feel like it's probably not a good example. I did have fun with Code Vein. It's one of the first games I played on stream in my streaming career. It's a super old playthrough if you want to go back and watch that on the YouTube. I got like a little bit frustrated with it, but it wasn't like too bad. Yeah, I don't know if it counts really. Some other series I thought I would like but didn't. No, I just trying to think of like some popular games that I just didn't mesh well with. I just think the Souls games are just the biggest example because they are just so popular. They're so incredibly popular. And you know, I did talk about before that I am kind of warming up to the idea. And I also feel like the Souls-like, because I feel like Souls-like is like a term that people have been kind of throwing around recently. Like using the Game Awards as an example, like they put Monster Hunter Wilds up as RPG of the year, where it's like I feel like that was a bit weird. Like to me, I don't feel like, because when I think of an RPG, I think of like a traditional RPG, like I don't know, Final Fantasy or like Dragon Quest. I know that's technically like but that's like a JRPG, but it's still like an RPG, you know? It's like, which I think didn't JRPG had its own category, didn't it, during the Game Awards? I don't remember. I didn't watch the Game Awards. I just wanted to see the part where they announced mobile game of the year and just to see if Uma won, and it did, and we got some free carrots, so let's go. That's all I cared about. I know the Game Awards is just like slop. It's just like it's a bunch of baloney. But yeah, I honestly don't think there's any better example of that than Dark Souls. Like I said, I feel like I am warming up to the idea of getting into those games, maybe trying it once again with like a different mindset. Cause it was like a long time ago when I first tried it. I feel like I've gotten a bit better on my mental. So I feel like it's not off the table. I'm not saying I'm like never ever gonna play a Dark Souls game, but I just think that's out of all the games I can think of, that's definitely the biggest series. Because I definitely feel weird where it's like, because it's such a popular series and people love it so much. It's like some of their favorite games ever. And I just feel like, what did I miss? You know, like it just makes you feel like, well, like I missed something, you know? I'm quickly scrolling through my Steam to see if there's any other like series I just like didn't vibe with. I don't think JRPG got its own. Well, that's dumb because like I think Monster Hunter Wilds is like is definitely I would grant that Monster Hunter Wilds falls under an action RPG, maybe. Like maybe an action RPG, but that's why we have like different categories. And I felt like with the Game Awards there was so many overlapping categories that it was just kind of like, it's just like we need to more clearly define what games are what. It really just goes to show how tone deaf the Game Awards are and why you should not take the Game Awards seriously at all. Same with the Streamer Awards, you know, like fucking a non-VTuber won VTuber of the year just because he told everyone to vote for him because it would be funny. And it would make all the VTubers super upset. And yeah, would you believe that's exactly what happened? You know what? Since we're on the topic, I guess in a way, I guess Majora's Mask kind of falls under that category for me as well, because like kind of the same thing where it's a game that I played as a kid but never beat. So I thought maybe I was missing something, because as a kid, you know, kids are dumb. They don't pick up on everything. So maybe it was just because maybe as an adult with my developed frontal cortex and my bigger brain that I'll be able to figure that shit out and it'll be fun. Again, not saying I didn't enjoy Majora's Mask. It's just somebody who's played a lot of Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. I expected to like it more than I did. And then I kind of didn't. It's just maybe it's because it might have been because there was, I'm not gonna lie, it was probably Morch, like watching Morch, because watching Morch play Majora's Mask is honestly a lot of fun. I really like watching her Majora's Mask run-throughs. So I guess maybe I was thinking a bit too highly of it going into it. Like maybe I went into it expecting, I didn't go into it expecting to like it to become like Majora's Mask, like full autist, like she is obviously, but like I expected to go into it and be like, you know, I get it, you know, I get why this is so loved, and I still feel like I see it, but it's just like for me personally, I didn't end up liking it as much as I thought I would. I thought maybe as an adult I'd be able to have a bit more of an appreciation for it. And it's like, I do, but it was a bit of a frustrating experience, which I think is only natural to go in to happen for you to go into a game like that completely blind. But like to me, that's how you should go into every game, to be honest. And yeah, it's just kind of it is what I just wasn't a big fan of it. And yeah, I think that's my spiel. Hold on, we have another anonymous question. This one again doesn't seem to be a question. Again, this is a marshmallow. You're supposed to ask questions, but let me show it anyways. Let me find it. It's in here somewhere. Is it this one? This one just says drop the Steam wish list. Again, not a question. You could have at least put a question mark at the end of it. No. Why are you asking to see my wish list? You don't want to look in there. You might find some things that are a bit unsavory. What if I show you my Steam wish list? And also, my Steam wish list is literally like 168 games. It's mostly because I just haven't curated it. Like this has been accumulating for like years. I don't want to show you my Steam wish list and then you're like, people are gonna be like, oh my god, this guy wants like every game ever. Like this, you know, it's like female VTubers and their what's the website where you buy things for your streamers? You know the one. Throne, yeah. I don't want to like... If you want to add me on Steam... and then I can like... You can look at my wish list yourself, that's an option, but... I can't help but feel a bit concerned when someone demands to see my wish list. I don't want you to buy stuff for me. You guys know how I am. I don't want to like make you guys feel like you gotta buy me stuff. And that's also partially why I haven't opened up a Throne, because I feel like if I do that, it subconsciously influences you guys to buy me things and like give me free stuff. And like it's a me issue. When people do things for me, it makes me feel guilty because I always feel like I never do enough for other people. So it's like, it's a me issue. It's a me issue. But if you want, I suppose I can show you my Steam wish list, but just let me preface that with that whole spiel where it's like,
You are my best friend.
yo Farah, thank you for the gift sub to Chibi. Thank you, Chibi. Enjoy your cool emotes, your cool grim emotes, and ad-free viewing, whatever big streamers say when they get gift subs. When they get yeah, thank you for the gift sub today, guys. We did it, squad. We got him. How do I like? How do I show you like my entire Steam wish list? It's just like, it's too much. And again, it's like my Steam wish list hasn't been curated in like years. It's like 100. It's got like 165 games on it. I don't want to show you guys my Steam wish list. Then you buy me something that I'm like not even that interested in. I like never play, and then I'll feel like extra bad for you buying me something. I just. Do I have to make a comp? Maybe I'll. Do I make a compromise and just like buckle and like make a throne? Because then at that point you guys can like make suggestions for things, and then I'm definitely not doing like the surprise gift thing, because that's just like, that's too much. Because then at that point people can just like send to me whatever, and that's like, at least with the throne I can like suggestions. I can take suggestions, and that's fine, you know. Oh, I guess I can drop the. Can I just drop the URL? Mine's only at 384. Okay, I will drop my Steam wishlist in the Discord after stream. That is my compromise, I guess. Again, like, if you buy me a game, just know that I'm incredibly ADHD, and like I might not, it might be forever until I actually play it, or you know, and maybe it might not even be a game I stream, you know. So just keep that in mind. But with all of that said, again, I'm gonna refresh the marshmallow like one more time. This is like last call, because it's like it's almost 3 a.m. I should probably go to bed soon. But there are a couple more things I want to talk about. So do I still have, I should still have that thing set up. Where is it? React Andy. Okay, yes. Here it is. Let me make this like a little bit, no, wait. A little bit bigger so you guys can see it. So this is an idea we could, I mean, it's obviously we don't have time to do it now, but I went through my YouTube just to see which games we've played throughout the year, and I thought it would be cool to do like a review so I could go through and talk about all these games, you know, give my thoughts, kind of talk about some of the fun moments. That's the idea I had, just in case we, one, didn't get enough people for 100% orange juice, which that's another thing I want to talk about after this. But I could always bank this idea, and we could do it. This week's streams are already planned, but we could do it like next week or something. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is a fun idea? This is, I'm pretty sure, all the games we've played on stream this year. If I did everything correctly. It's You guys have also mentioned I should do more tier list streams. I did a couple funny tier list streams around when I started streaming. I did like a gigantic waifu tier list stream, which was very controversial. I remember I have this distinct memory where Ember came in and was like he was really upset with my placement with Princess Peach. He felt like I should have rated Princess Peach higher, but I have standards, okay? Ember's always upset. That's just what happens when you play League. That's just what happens when you play League of Legends, bro. It's like, bro's he's a wage. Not only is he a wagey, like he's also when he gets off of work, the game he chooses to play is League of Legends. I just want you to think about that for a second. I just want you to think about what all that does to like a human psyche. That's like irreparable damage. Like you can never, there's no way you can come back from that. League may truly be the downfall of humanity, not gonna lie. It's so sad, bro. I keep seeing people go back and like picking up League because, which, like, to be fair, is probably the only reason I would go back to League as well, is if like a really cute girl asked me to play League with them. And even then, you know, I have standards. Like we would have to negotiate. Like even then, like I better get crazy good boy points. Crazy good boy points. I better get you know, Discord kitten privileges, like all the benefits that come with it. Like, you're making me play League, like you gotta, I'm not some cheap floozy. You gotta put in the work. You gotta be a cute girl and you gotta sweeten the deal. Final offer. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so feel free to suggest like funny tier list ideas. I know there's one I definitely want to do. Somebody asked me to do an Uma tier list review. I think that'd be really funny. I honestly don't feel like I have that many like crazy opinions or like hot takes when it comes to Umas, but there's one regular in my stream who made an absolute dog shit Uma tier list, and it made me so upset that it made me want to do my own tier list. Because they put one of my favorite horses like really low and I was really upset. You know who you are if you're listening. Was it Ryan? Yes, it was Ryan. He put fucking Ryan in like F tier. It was like really low and I was like really upsetty spaghetti. Listen, I say this with love. No, shut up. You don't say anything with love. You are the only person I know who likes her like that. Well, people need to fucking wake up and smell the tomboy sweat. They need to get real. They need to get better taste. Please don't say that. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a bit gross, but like that was a bit gross, but I'm just really passionate about tomboys, and it made me deeply upset that you said that. So talk about that shit again and I'll kill you in 100% orange juice. But anyways, on the topic of Ryan, okay, for you guys who play Uma, isn't tell me that Ryan isn't just like grape. It's like Ryan is literally like so grape coded, it's not even funny. I haven't heard grape talk. She's also like, some of you guys were there, Grape, when she was drawing, and I think Grape was like, show me Grape, ooh woo. Which, like, crazy how that happens. So it's like, you know, people have been people have been asking her about Uma forever, but all it takes is a girl to ask her to play a gacha game, and like crazy how that works. Which, like, honestly, it's probably, she hasn't done it yet, but like it's probably for the best, to be honest. Honestly, don't even think honestly don't think Tenchi would enjoy Uma that much. Like, just seeing the kind of gacha games that she plays, she probably wouldn't like Uma that much, to be honest. But I still think it would be fun. It would be funny, like, for like a one stream thing, you know? But she has most Uma phrases banned. Oh, that's right. That's what brought up the topic. Yeah, because we raided into Grape, and then we started talking. I think she brought up Horse Game, and then like a bunch of people who came to the stream was like, "Oh, Tenchi banned like most of the Uma words." Yeah, I know like the word Uma is banned. I think Gold Ship is banned. Special Week is banned. It's like a bunch of random like Uma related words are banned in Tenchi's chat. That's what brought up the topic in Grape stream, I think, because then Grape was saying like, "Oh, you guys are no fun." She was calling all of Tenchi's mods no fun because they hate Horse Game. And honestly, I think that's like super base, and I think Grape is correct. I think the Tenchi mods hate fun. And by Tenchi mods, I mean basically just Mr. Soffit and Corgi. Because as far as I know, those are the only like 2 active mods. I mean, like JC is always an active mod, but he's like, JC is kind of like the overseer. Like he's like the guardian angel. He's always seen but not heard, you know? It's like he does what he's got to do, but he does it, it's all like backstage, you know? Mookie is around, but he works late. Oh, that's true, yeah. That's true, yeah. She had too many random people go out on autistic special interest rants about it. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand why she did it. Like, it is like a very popular game. It's kind of like with like Dark Souls backseaters, right? It's like you play their game, it's gonna be like, you know, there's gonna be so many people, you know, especially if you're a female streamer, of course. But being a male streamer, having the male streamer buff, I get like almost no backseaters, and it's wonderful. It's so wonderful.
They've barred the gates. Use the button.
Oh shit! Yo, Valith! Hi, welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, my name's Grim. I'm a Bakineko. 2 tails means I'm twice the gamer, and right now I'm doing a bit of we're doing yeah, my brain is like frying. I'm like, Doing a New Year's Eve party. I'm trying to wrap it up. I'm like talking about all the end of stream stuff. But thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. But what were you up to? What were you streaming? Bam. What were you streaming? Was it Banjo-Tooie? Was it Sonic related? Katamari New Year. Oh yeah, I think I remember you saying that's like a tradition for you. You play Katamari on New Year's. That's cool. I hope it was good. I have never played Katamari. Have never ever played Katamari, but it looks fun. It looks fun. It's a very silly game. You should. I'll think about it. I'll add it to the ever list of games that I should play on stream. You know, guy who should stream this but doesn't. Guy who always says he should stream this but doesn't. What was I talking about? As always, if you have to go, don't let me keep you. I mean, it's like, it's almost 3 a.m. for me. I'm also trying to wrap it in. I'm trying to pack it in. Oh yeah, we were talking about Horse Game and how Tenchi banned most of the all the Uma words in her channel, which is really funny. And Olive and Grape made fun of Tenchi's mod because they're no fun, and they hate Uma. But I also understand because it's she had a bunch of people in her chat who were like super autistic about it, so like I understand. You know, it's kind of like the Undertale thing. When she played Undertale, she got a bunch of, you know, fun fact, or hey, did you know about Undertale? And it's like, hence why the fun fact is banned and did you know is banned in her chat as well. And I was just talking about how awesome it is being a male streamer and barely getting any backseaters. Fun fact might still be banned in her chat, which sucks because I sometimes just say that normally. See, that's because you're like a natural backseater though. That's like, it's, I think you're just, you just always back. I mean, you're just always backseating though. Corgi having to do extra work just to let me say actual fun facts. Okay, but like how fun? I mostly only backseat Nero. That's what I mean. I think Nero is like, he's like really chill. He doesn't really care when people backseat, but that's definitely not the norm. That's definitely not the norm. I just don't want you to feel like because Nero does it that like, oh, like, you know, most people are okay with the fun facts thing, you know? It's, or Mookie, but he explicitly okays backseating. Yeah, it's like, but those two are definitely not, they're definitely not the norm. That's definitely not the norm for backseating. What if they're actually having fun? What if they're actually fun facts and not backseating, just literally facts that happen to be fun? But that's like, whether facts are fun or not is like completely subjective. Like what you think is fun might not be fun for others, you know? Mookie puts backseat the piss out of me in front of center in every stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like for me, it definitely depends on the game. Like if it's like a game I've played for the first time, then I'm pretty strict when it comes to backseating. Or if it's just like, you know, it's you know that you can do this and it's just like a basic function that I forgot, then like yeah, that's fine. Like I'm not gonna get upset about that. But what if it's an objectively fun fact? There's no such thing as an objectively fun fact unless they're coming from me, and then in that case everything I do is fun. So but let's be real, there's no such thing as an objectively fun fact. Admittedly, Undertale has been the only game where it was needed, but it's funny to see people confused when they get caught by it. Oh yeah, it's like with Morch's channel and the head pat redeem, right? It's like I think it's funny that she has like self-filtering commands set up. It's like the kind of chatters who would come into Morch's stream and get upset about the head pat redeem are like the kind of chatters that she probably wouldn't want in her chat anyway. So I think it's a smart idea. I will always be happy and proud of myself that despite that I never fell for the head pat redeem. I never fell for the head pat redeem. No, Backseater is worse than the Undertale. You need to play it blind, but you also play it right. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. That shit is stupid. It's like you need to. I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen, but I'm also going to tell you that what you should do, because it unlocks like the correct way to play, or it unlocks the correct ending, you know. I say I will backseat you now, Nero, and Nero goes, okay, please. Yeah, that's like a good exchange. Like the only problem with the backseaters is that they backseat without notice. Like they backseat abruptly. If backseaters came in and they were like, I will now attempt to backseat you, and then because if people say that, then the streamer has a chance to be like, wait, no, please don't backseat me. You know, this is my first time playing. I personally don't think that any streamer handles backseats better than Alker, because like the amount of times I've been in her streams and she's had a backseater and she just fucking like laughs them off like basically like laughs them off stage is like so funny. It's so fucking funny. She just like Morch. Like Morch makes fun of backseaters, but Stalker Rocker, like she just fucking she vaporizes, like she just reduces them to atoms, and it's just so fucking funny. she just like Thanos snaps them, and it's just like it's so good. I think having that kind of like rigid no tolerance policy is good. And I honestly wish that more streamers had that kind of mentality. Like, obviously you don't have to be that extreme, but like, it always pains me when I see an oomph playing Dark Souls or something, and you know that Dark Souls is the kind of game that just attracts backseaters. So you have like a whole bunch of like first time chatters who don't follow. They just come in just to backseat, and they tell the streamer that like, you're doing this wrong, and like you should put this many points into this stat so that you can use the OP sword, and like blah blah blah. And then people just like don't stick up for themselves, and like, they don't know how to handle like people being like passive aggressive and like quite frankly rude sometimes. Like some backseaters are just like the kind of people that just orbit a particular category just to go in backseats. The kind of like unadjusted, like terminally online people that think that women are just these like stupid creatures that need to be like walked through everything. They need to be like protected and like everything pointed out to them because they're stupid. It's like it's so painful. It's always so cringe to watch. And it's not, I'm not saying that the streamer is cringe. I'm just saying like it's like most of the time people just like they don't know how to handle it. They feel awkward. It's like they don't want to be mean. It's usually because people are just too nice and they don't want to just ban people because they ruin the vibe. Oh, like stalker awkward. No, that's not what I, where'd you even get that? Shut up. Yeah, it's just like, so it always hurts to watch that kind of stuff. Oh my god, it's fucking 3 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay, there's a couple more things I want to talk about before I end stream. So I had originally planned to play 100% orange juice on stream with you guys. Where am I going with this? Yeah, so like the plan was to do the Q&A, then play a little bit of orange juice if we had enough people for it, and then for the tier list, which like I'm absolutely insane because it's like it's already been 7 hours and I didn't even do the fucking tier list. So I didn't play orange juice or do the tier list. So like that was very wishful thinking on my part. But that's mostly on me for being like super ADHD and like verging off to a bunch of random topics. So yeah, for any of you guys who have 100% orange juice, I'd really like to start doing like some community nights of it. Recently I made sure to spread the word that 100% orange juice was free to keep somewhat recently, like around the holidays. So if you haven't grabbed it, that's fine, because I'm pretty sure it's still on sale for 70% off. It's like $2, like a $2 game. Trimantha, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grimmers. Oomph spent a humble 1 hour on each question. No, that's not true. That's not true. It's like probably like a half an hour on each question, at least. Also, yeah, true. You were the first follower of the new year. Welcome in. First Grimmer of the year. Welcome in. I made a role for 100% orange juice in the Discord. Okay, since we're talking about the Discord, you should join the Grimcord. We do lots of fun stuff. Like we do watch along sometimes and we talk about games. You can grab roles like the 100% orange juice role. So if you want to play 100% orange juice with us, or Monster Hunter, or you want to do watch alongs with us, and most importantly, you can grab the Twitch role so you get notified every time I go live. So you should hang on the Discord. But I'm just saying, going forward, I really want to do like some community streams where we play Orange Juice, because it's a really fun, silly game, and I want to play it with friends, and it's because it's a lot of fun. So that was the plan for today, but we didn't have enough people, and plus I talked the whole time, so we didn't have time for it anyways. But I'm saying going forward, maybe next week, I'm thinking I'll try and do an orange juice stream. So if you have orange juice, come in the Discord, grab it. If you don't have orange juice, it is on sale for like $2. It's a very fun, silly game. Okay, so that's my bit about orange juice. Since I plugged the Discord, I might as well plug the rest of the socials. Here's the Twitter if you haven't followed already. That's where I keep the schedule. The schedule is also in the Discord as well. But you should follow the Discord. You can check out the art tag, #Grimpart, if you want to see lots of cool art of yours truly. The art is also in the Discord. Yeah, and I try and be funny on there, trying to figure out the stupid new Twitter algorithm. Sometimes I post pictures of my cat, try and be funny, farm my one like, etc, etc. Follow the Twitter, follow the Twitter. And then here's the YouTube, where I post all the VODs, including this one. The YouTube channel is mostly for VODs, but sometimes I upload shorts. So yeah, you should like and subscribe on the YouTube and check out all the cool playlists of all the other games we've played before, if there's any you've missed. There's lots of cool games we've played before, like some of the ones we talked about on stream today, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Dragon Quest VIII, Banjo-Tooie, the list goes on. We've played so many cool games over the years. Over the 2 years. I say years like it's been like 5 or something. We're still pretty early into the streaming thing. And of course, if you're on YouTube and you watch this far, wow, congratulations, 7 hours. What's wrong with you? You should definitely go to bed. But also make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, and you hit the funny bell so you don't miss any uploads. Okay, with all that being said, there is like one final spiel I want to do before I end stream and I look for somebody to raid. Which I don't know who the hell would be on at 3 a.m. EST, but there's one final thing I want to do. I want to get like a little bit meta. I told you I would save all like the sappy stuff till the end. So this is the part of the stream where I thank you guys, and I say thank you guys for an amazing year. It's honestly been crazy. It's honestly crazy to think that it's already been 2 years. I feel like these last 2 years they've gone by so quickly. And it's like I get super nostalgic when I look back and I think about all the cool games we've played over the years. Like some of the questions you guys asked me today, like with some of my favorite games for this year and stuff, is like it really brought me back. And yeah, I'm looking forward to a second year, and I'm really glad that I've stuck with VTubing for this long. I'm pretty proud of myself. Like some like 2 years doesn't seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but like especially when it comes to VTubers, I kind of feel like it is, It's like far too often I see people get super discouraged and quit, but honestly, I still haven't. I've been going pretty strong for 2 years. Like streaming pretty consistently every week for 2 years. It's like, it's, you know, I honestly, as somebody who doesn't feel like they don't have a lot to show for their life, it's like, I am really proud of it. I am really proud of it. And it's all thanks to you guys. It's because of you guys for, you know, being here and hanging out with me. It's encouraging me, making lots of fun memories on stream. Appreciate you guys hanging around, watching me play all these, like, revisit these silly games I used to play as a kid. It's been, and yeah, I say it all the time, but I honestly do think that VTubing really has been like it's been like a second life for me. It's been like a new start. And, you know, I feel like with every year we get stronger, we get wiser. You know, it's good. It's good. It's really awesome. And I hope that 2026 is going to be even better, and I can always do better, because I do always think that I can always be doing more. And with all that being said, there is like a little bit of like I guess I have like a little bit of like a half-assed pep talk setup that I wanted to kind of fire off a bit. So here's like my mantra going into to 2026, and I want you guys to follow along. This is a direct order from the guild. In 2026, I think that you should be more silly. I think you should be more unapologetically yourself. I look at my friends, some of my other VTuber friends who, like, they're just so like unapologetically silly, and like I just think and I look at them and I'm like, I really want to be like them. I wish I could just like be unapologetically myself without like second guessing myself or like questioning myself every time I say something, being like, oh, like, why would you say that? That's like really stupid. And it's like, you should just be silly. Like, just be silly with it. Just go crazy. Just go stupid. You know, just be yourself. Just be silly. Stop feeling bad for who you are. Stop trying to fit in with other people. Stop trying to change who you are to fit in with other people or like impress certain people. Just be silly. Just like these jail cats. Just be, you know, not a single fuck given, you know? Not a single thought in their head. Just be silly. So that's precept. That's 2026 mantra number 1. That's precept number 1. Oh, wait. Number 2. Make some oomph, like make connections. Also, let me quickly snooze this ad. I'm gonna run out of like all my snoozes by the end of this. I need to wrap this up. Number 2, make connections. Again, this is like, all of these are like issues that I've been frustrated with myself mostly, but like, I feel like maybe somebody else can get something from this, and maybe somebody can relate. But it's like, yeah, like, make connections. Like, I'm a super socially awkward, socially anxious wreck. Like I see my friends hanging out in a Discord call and I get super scared. I'm like, I'm like so scared. What if I go in there and like they ask me a question and then I get scared and it's like, scared. People are so scary. But it's just like, but at the same time, it's like I yearn for that. I see all my cool VTuber friends hanging out and stuff, and I'm like, man, it'd be really cool to play games with them. And I'm like, I'm always like a little bit jealous of like people's relationships, and it's like, and I know deep down it's because the person, am just like too scared and like too comfortable being in like my little bubble and not breaking out of my shell and just like doing it, you know, just like going out and just like playing games with the oomps, or just like making that first step. Because like you can't just like expect people to be like to make that first step for you. Like people aren't going to, because for all you know, people could be thinking the same thing that you're thinking. They might be thinking like, oh, like maybe Grim doesn't like me, or like maybe we don't know each other like that, or it's like it's not, you know, there's like, it's the uncertainty with like in the online world. It's scary because you don't know how that person really is. It's like you don't know what they've been through, and it's kind of like how we've talked about before, where people give a filtered version of themselves to you online, because like obviously they don't want to bring all the baggage and stuff, and like they don't want to like bother other people with it. But it's just like you have to be the person that makes the first step. And like I'm holding myself to this because I'm getting to the point where I'm like really frustrated with like being so socially awkward and like not like making real connections with people. So let's all make new friends in 2026. That, especially myself, I'm gonna try and push myself to like reach out to people and like actually make some real connections, you know? So precept number 2, make some friends in the new year. Make some oomps in 2026. And this kind of goes into like what I was talking about before, but it's like just be brave, like be the bravest ever. Like just go out and learn and like do stuff. Like just don't be afraid to try new things. And like when I think about myself with like art, it's like I always get so scared when I try and sit down and do art, because it's like it's such a big daunting task. Same with making friends, like making connections with people. There's always like all these barriers. There's always like these thoughts you have where you're second guessing yourself, and it's like, no, I can't do that. It's too hard. It's like it's too daunting. But it's like, let's just all just do it, you know? Let's just be more brave in the new year. Let's just do it. Let's just be brave. Be the bravest ever. And even if it's harder, even if it takes you a while, just like make some just like little steps, just like whatever you can do to just get out of that like stagnation of like just being comfortable in like being comfortable in doing, in stagnating and not progressing. Let's just move forward and just keep getting better. Just be brave. Be the bravest ever. And again, this kind of loops back into the final point, which is also, let me mute the final thing. Let's just do our best. You know, let's just do our best, because really at the end of the day, that is all we can do. That's really all we can do. And it's like, if any of those steps before seem hard, then you can always remember that this is the most important step. This is the most important step. You just have to just do your best. And that's a direct order from the Adventurers Guild. So let's do our best 2026. Let's make it a good year. Let's make it even better than last year. Let's be a better explorer than we were. Let's be a better explorer than we were last year. Okay. And with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for, oh gosh. Oh wait, no, don't. I forgot to close that. No, don't look at that. Let me close all these tabs. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for an amazing year. Let's make the next year even better. Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's see who's online. Surprisingly, there's like, well, I guess it kind of makes sense. I guess people are having their New Year's parties. People are staying up like super late. Wow, Farah is still online. Farah the Bat, not Farah the Chatter. Farah is still online. Holy shit. Holy shit, she's been going for 11 hours. Let me tune in for a second and see if she's about to end, because that would be, oh gosh, that would be super awkward. Okay, for all I know, she might be going for, she's just chatting, but for all I know, she might just be, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't really, honestly, no one else I'm super familiar with is on. So let's rate Farah. Farah the Bat, another fellow Canadian VTuber. She just got a new model. She has a Lego model. She got it's like brand new today, I think. She's got a new model, so let's go check it out. I tuned into it like a little bit before stream because I knew she was also doing a New Year's thingy. But shout outs to her for going for like 11 hours. God damn. I wish I was that strong of a streamer. Wow. So yeah, let's go hang out with Farah. Raid message is going to be just a good old Happy New Year. Happy New Year raid. There's your raid message. If you don't have the raid emote, you can spend some channel points to unlock it. Wait, no, fuck. Dude, you were gonna end? Oh, shit. What do we do now? Wait, can I just raid you anyways? Who are you raiding? Who do you want to raid? We should go together? Okay. I guess. I haven't picked anyone yet. I also haven't picked, well, I guess, I mean, I picked you, but like you get, Yeah, you get the idea. I don't know. What were your ideas? I see Karagi's on. Do you follow Karagi? Just start firing off some names. Raid her anyways. Anyway, here's the raid message. Okay. Okay, let's raid Karagi then. Let's raid Karagi. Raid bam /raid Karagi channel. I assume she's also doing a New Year's thing. New Year's Eve party, games with viewers. Okay, cool. Karagi _ channel. Also, I'm sorry about the ad. I used up all of my snoozes doing the sappy New Year's thing. Okay, let me open up Farah's stream that she's like how do I coordinate? Okay. I'm gonna raid like right now. Okay, there's the raid message. If you don't have the raid emote, you can spend some channel points to unlock it, or you can use whatever emote you want. Here's the raid emote. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Genshin. Okay, bye. I'm gonna raid now.